Yeah. Better know my head, but don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them pitbulls. See the proof and how to give from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it. Be about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them pitbulls. See the proof and how to give from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it. Be about it. Most wanted Kennels in the spotlight, danger alert, come with the name. Super Kennels competition, all built for the fame. Work Kennels was the work and work, while Cherokee kept the game strong. Evolution built a bloodline, where the heart come from. These dogs ain't hype, they the truth in the pit. Every pedigree stamp, when them paws hit the street. Ain't no fairy tales, just that real y'all grit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the pit bull script. Shout the brothers with the backbone thick. Veer brothers, color brothers, Bishop brothers legit. They don't talk about it, they be about it every day. Put the work in and y'all let the results say. Them boys on the rise, yeah, the circle stay tight. Plow boys, wall boys, Havana boys in the fight. Different flags, same grind, same fire, same spit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the litmus test.
Legend of doom, behind set tone. Loctite, locked in, carved in stone. Church boys hold it with the pit bull gauge. Fruit colors on man, Sean B in the maze. Arsenal gang deal, but your knife stay sharp. Only in America, walk them down, ram in the dark. DSK and metal, high dog, pound by hard. When they hit, praise to the men who rock this shit.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Yeah, they live it.
Fat boy the legend, Bill Buster, real strong. Southern bulldog, keep the bloodline long. Latin force pressure, sniper don't miss. Shaded day, shaded with a killer instinct. Twist, super night power, unit whole rank. Boot camp, click hitting like a Sherman tank. Little fine with the vision. Tennessee dog pound, got their eyes on the pit. All legendary, really the shit. Don't talk about it, be about it.
Yeah, they built it brick by brick.
Talk about it, yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it, yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it, don't talk about it, be about it. Don't talk about it. That's the yard law, from the pups to the legends, everybody stand tall. Every name on this track got a story that's lit. Don't talk about it, be about it.
Every name on this track got a story that's lit.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Call this some legendary pit bullshit, 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 pit bullshit,
yeah. Better know my head, but don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them pitbulls. See the proof and how to give from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it. Be about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them pitbulls. See the proof and how to give from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it. Be about it.
Most wanted Kennels in the spotlight, danger alert, come with the name. Super Kennels competition, all built for the fame. Work Kennels was the work and work, while Cherokee kept the game strong. Evolution built a bloodline, where the heart come from. These dogs ain't hype, they the truth in the pit. Every pedigree stamp, when them paws hit the street. Ain't no fairy tales, just that real y'all grit.
Don't talk about it, be
about it. That's the pit bull script.
Shout the brothers with the backbone thick. Veer brothers, color brothers, Bishop brothers legit. They don't talk about it, they be about it every day. Put the work in and y'all let the results say. Them boys on the rise, yeah, the circle stay tight. Plow boys, wall boys, Havana boys in the fight. Different flags, same grind, same fire, same spit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the litmus test.
Legend of doom, behind set tone. Loctite, locked in, carved in stone. Church boys hold it with the pit bull gauge. Fruit colors on man, Sean B in the maze. Arsenal gang deal, but your knife stay sharp. Only in America, walk them down, ram in the dark. DSK and metal, high dog, pound by hard. When they hit, praise to the men who rock this shit.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Yeah, they live it.
Fat boy the legend, Bill Buster, real strong. Southern bulldog, keep the bloodline long. Latin force pressure, sniper don't miss. Shaded day, shaded with a killer instinct. Twist, super night power, unit whole rank. Boot camp, click hitting like a Sherman tank. Little fine with the vision. Tennessee dog pound, got their eyes on the pit. All legendary, really the shit. Don't talk about it, be about it.
Yeah, they built it brick by brick.
Talk about it, yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it, yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it, Don't talk about it, be about it. Don't talk about it. That's the yard law, from the pups to the legends, everybody stand tall. Every name on this track got a story that's lit. Don't talk about it, be about it. Boom, boom, boom.
Every name on this track got a story that's lit.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Call this some legendary pit bullshit, 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 pit bullshit.
It's Mo and Mike in the house. Going hard with the legends. Paying homage, you know. Yo. Twins Mo and Mike, we running this game. Legends in the making, never gonna be the same. Kennels popping hard, these game dogs raised right. The brat, pretty mama, they shining so bright. LaMayday, what a day, they breathe the heat. Red Ruby L-Rod, they can't accept defeat. With 38 special and yellow bird, we top tier. Champions, grand champions, ain't no fear.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, baby, we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk about it. We the real deal, you know it's no doubt about it.
KPTO, the modern Earl Tudor. Got in the pack, making moves like a tutor. APT, family thick, like legends in the game. Legend of them, Triple M. Shout out the name, Deep South, Roadblock. We upholding tradition. Mama, Southern Kennels, we got that ambition. Hardcore hitters, Stone City brings the fire. The Abrahams, the fam lifting us higher.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, baby, we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
Listen up, respect the hustle, respect the grind. Ben, Nate Dogg, putting in work intertwined. Keeping that legendary status alive, you feel? Don't hate on the ride, catch the bus, we keep it real. What's history without a future? We pay the way, Captain. We make it happen, that's the play. So here's to the champions, run the race, stand tall. Twins Mo and Mike, we gon' answer the call. Legends in the game, yeah, we holding it down. In the world of game dogs, we wearing the crown.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, maybe we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
Shout out to Ohio Cash, the man with the plan, Rastaman Boom, Schoolboy, aka the. There's levels to this game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Rob.
Yo, y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is. Hot Mike 40. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Big shout out to all my people out there on the Shark Tank. Got out here. Let me see who we got out here. Don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. Big shout out to my man, long time supporter, the one and only Mr. Big Boosters in the house. What up? Another one of them long-time supporters, the one and only, Mr. David Morse in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man. Having 360s in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out with the yo. My man, the insane honey manager. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man. Paul Johnson. What up, fam? Yo, Mr. 302. Oh, getting in the hell. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Carlos Lee in the house. What up, fam? Another long time. My man's in there. Union County, Kennels in the house. What up, fam? A party on Kennels in the house. What up, fam? The one and only, doctors in the house. What up, fam? I say I got an echo, man. Hold on. Hopefully I take care of that echo. Let me see here. What else we got here? Hey, did that take care of that echo? I see Mo still echoing over there. That's Mo doing that. All right, how about that with that echo? I think that's Mo doing the echo. Yeah, I think that might have got it. I don't know where he at. Supposed to probably got the thing somewhere close by. Big shout out to my man, Mr. John Denbury. Big shout out to Iman Thompson in the Shark Tank. What up, fam? Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. I mean, Mr. Iman Thompson said, my boys in Flint, Michigan got much love for y'all. They always talk about a good dog named Bonnie. What up, fam? Let me see what else I got here. Yo, my man. Representing the 305. Yo, Vance. I see you, fam. Big shout out to the Cannabis Cowboy in the house. What up, fam? Yeah, I think I done caught up and got everybody right quick. Let me take care of this right here. Now, y'all know, we always talk about how important the females is. We know we're always going through the breeding thing, you know. They're always going to be important with that aspect, you know. But, man, let me tell you something. Them gang, you know, them I just call them straight up just female destroyers. You know, this game has had its fair share of, we always talk about males on a consistent basis, but I don't know why we don't give just as much, you know, attention and praise to them females. You know, not just because of what they can produce, but the level of their ability to be even talked about amongst some of the greatest males when it came down to destruction. You know, believe it or not, yeah, we've had our share of them type. Now, me, myself, always wondered, you know, and, you know, when you had your brood ones and they could go, you would just, you know, they were so valuable that you just couldn't really do nothing. You just didn't want to take the chance. And then you just had them ones that they were just so destructive that you was just like, man, damn all that. You know, you just got to just see how destructive they can be. And I always wonder sometimes, well, I know definitely in our case, but, you know, when they were out on the circuit, you very rarely seen them being able to like produce. Well, and that's just me, because I know it was hard for us to do. I mean, even with Mama and Brad, who was another one? I would say Mama, Brad, Crybaby. You know, we had a couple females that was just really couldn't get too much out of them because, you know, like we always said, Story Warriors has this tendency of doing things. And back in them days, we didn't really know about that psycho shit. So everything was basically like when the bitch came in, and then sometimes Mo would know how to make them come in and still try to do something with them. So let me see. I don't know if Mo is even out there. Let me see what else I got out here. Like before I get too far ahead. Let me see. But y'all know what I'm saying when it comes down to them females, they being able to see some great females over my time, you know, it's just amazing that you don't get as much conversation about them, you know. And I think the only reason we're talking about them now because we talked about so many males, but Mo, he'd be stuck on his females. And so when he decided, he just said, "Hey, we're gonna talk about some of these superior females." I'm like, all right, we're gonna roll with it then. Hold on 1 second. Let me get this together. Hey Mo, you out there? You out there? Is you out there? Get out my room. Get the fuck out. Get out. Are you on? I didn't hear you. Did you check the email? All right, I'm back. All right, I'm back. Hold on, let me see. Let me see here. Hold on. I'm trying to take care of some things. While I'm at this, hold on. Let me see. Hey, y'all, don't forget to hit that like button. Hey, man. Now, tonight, I put that link down there because we don't know all the crucifying, what we consider our all-time, well, some of our all-time, and they have a lot of influence on bloodlines too. Females, we have our honey bunches and our pandies, our red aces, our ruby reds, but I think Mo got a list of them. But if y'all have any females, when I'm talking about females, I'm talking about just during a certain time period, these females were just the ultimate. Now, most of the time, back in our day, when you had them monsters like that, they became well known, across many regions. And I'm pretty sure if you know some of the history, we've talked about a lot of them. But they actually were not just far and in between. You'll notice a lot of the great ones, they got around, they traveled. They just wasn't locally great. They was great due to their ability to take on everything and anything that was out there and available. So if y'all happen to have any in mind, reach out, step up, and ride with it, because I'm telling you, cuz there have been some bad ones over our time. And I think it's important to understand them, because a lot of them that had that ability, they became
to peaceful protest. They snatched people off the street, and the majority,
the ones that did, excuse me, the ones that had that ability, sometimes they didn't get matched. I know, Baby was a killer to me, but she never got matched. I guess she was too valuable, but on many occasions, there were some people who had those type of dogs out there that didn't ever want to take a chance in doing. Let's see here. What's I got here? Yeah, Mad Doc, I stopped by your show last night, man. I was in the chat just hanging out. Hold on one. Let me see. I'm trying to get this. Take care of this right quick here. All right, let me see here. I'm just working on trying to get Mo's. He doing the remote for now. And you know how when he get to working on the remote. Hey Mo, can you hear me? Say something.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Check one. Mic check.
Mo.
Mic check.
Don't hear you, Mo.
You can't hear me? My mic is unmuted. Check one. 1, 2, 1.
I hear you. Okay. Hey, Mo.
Yeah.
I know you wanted to talk about them dang females, right?
Yeah.
I know you. I don't know how. I know. I was just thinking about some of the list of some of them bad ones out there, and I couldn't really come up with a list because I didn't want to break nobody's heart and miss one. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to come up with 5, even though I could come up with 5, but shit, you know, for me, 3 of them would have been our shit. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't want to be that guy. You know, my knowledge only go but so far. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Right. Hey, go ahead, man. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. But I know you have put together a quick list.
Do anybody know how many grand champions do we have out there in the history of the dog game? We got about maybe 25, 26 total.
Grand champion females?
Yeah.
In total?
Yeah.
And what's the year span on that? Is that like over the years?
But I can tell you all the way up to 2008. You have Real Ruby and Luca. They're the only ones that one of the few that's not in there, past 2008. No. I think it stopped in like 2007 up to that point. There wasn't a lot of grand champion females. No. And then you had dog like Pandy. She's not on that list. She wouldn't be on the list of grand champions, but she's one of them great females. You got Miss Luca, grand champion Miss Luca. You got Red Ruby. But we didn't have a lot of grand champions out there in the history when it comes to females. Not a lot, not compared to the males, but you really ain't got a bunch of damn males after, when you start adding up the years,
Right.
Yeah. I just like to point out, great females. Like, the females that, Yeah. I just like to point out, great females. You want me to go ahead and start throwing them up there?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get my chat up to see,
I gotta send you over your thumbnail too, man.
Yeah, you gotta give me a thumbnail. Because I look like a blank guy without makeup.
Yeah. Let's see if I can help you out here.
What up, everybody? Okay, private chat. I see everybody. What's up, Bad Doctor? So it's safe to say a lot of the best females were never done. Well,
that's what I said.
I would say a lot of the females, a lot of the females were never done. Just think of it wasn't a lot of females that got done. That was great. You know what I mean? If I was speaking in grand champions, just in grand champions, 25, 26 is not a lot. We talking about from 1972 to now, what we have in recorded record of, up to like 2007. Yeah, there's a lot. That's not a lot of females, when we're speaking about grand champions. But just think about it. There's a lot of factors in there that stops that from happening. Who is this? Hello? I'm doing right in the middle of it.
Hey, Mo.
Yeah.
No, you got to mute on your mic.
Yeah, but muted because I was answering the phone.
Yeah, we can hear your conversation.
Well, I muted it.
No, it's not muted. I'm listening to Sherelle. Big shout out to my man Kerry Sullivan in the house. What up, fam? Let me see what else I got out here. Yeah, y'all right. A lot of them females, you know, they did actually get done. It was kind of like what happened to the breeding program. You very seldomly see a good match one that was able to be, that was able to produce. I don't want to get myself out there and go talking about too much. I really don't know. I mean, I know a lot of them, but I know a lot of them that didn't make it too. Let me get the Mad Doctor in here.
What's up, baby? Hey, Mo, you all right, baby? You taking your time?
Yeah, he working on from the other end.
Well, make sure. Hey, man, you stay up, bro.
I'm up, man. I'm trying to, bro.
Hey, yeah, I'll get along with y'all because we're gonna talk our shit, but you stay your ass up, nigga. You hear me?
I'm working on it, man. I'm doing my best. I'm here. I'm making it.
Well, hey, just don't let go, okay?
For
That's
sure.
what I'm saying to you.
For sure.
Hey, we'll talk about last night. We was on Bullethead show, and everybody else subscribed to Bullethead. I don't mean be coming on these people's show talking that because they know me. They know I get ignorant, and then me and Mo, we just get very ignorant. And Mike, he come and cool. All right, man, doesn't buy Mo, like, oh, but bro, stay up, Mo. I'm telling you that. But man, them bad females, man, I ain't no seen a lot of them. Not in Detroit. Now down south, I ain't mess with dogs down south, but Detroit. The toughest, I know just see no bad female matches, but they just that one night. And I be missing y'all, man. I'm call y'all on y'all show. Yeah, that's on time I've seen some. We have seen bad females though. But other than that, go ahead, run your show, Mike and Ma. I'll sit in the background, relax. I can't wait till you get to them pigs. Run your
Okay, y'all ready for me then? I get started. Check one. Y'all hit my mic up, y'all. I guess my mic is back on. Mike, can you hear me? Mic check one. Can y'all hear me? Somebody throw a thumbs up because I'm just study saying something. Act like they can't. Anybody listening? I don't even see Mike on the screen.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm asking questions. I mean, I don't see the thumb. Okay, I see it good. We good. We can hear me.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there with you, man, but we can hear you. You can't hear yourself?
Nope.
Okay.
Then I when you were talking, I was like, I couldn't hear. I could hear him, but when I tried to come back in, it was like I was lost.
Okay, well, you know that little circle around your thing over there, right? Anytime you see it jumping, believe this, they can hear you. I don't know if you got your glasses on, no, but go ahead, man. Let's get back to these baits, these killers. I don't even know how you're gonna bring them in, but
I'm just gonna bring them up. I'm gonna bring up some more notable ones, like BB Red. Anybody think about BB Red? That's a grand champion. No female. They got a Russ's Abby. I don't know who she is, but then that Aces Jackie.
Yeah, I read about her. Monster.
Grand champion. Yeah, you got the La Family's female grand champion Bully Son. We have 2 grand champion candies, one from Hands grand champion candy and STP's grand champion candy. Mill Buster's grand champion Cannonball candy. You got Boston Blackie's grand champion Daisy May. You got Trail Drivers grand champion Daisy May. You got Purdue's double grand champion, grand champion Double Trouble. You got Round Rod's grand champion Duchess. High Tech's grand champion Grip. You got Lewis's grand champion Hope. You got Super Kennels grand champion Lapia. You got the Yankee Boys grand champion Mammy. You got Johnson's grand champion Miss Rage. You got Diamond Dan's grand champion Miss Panther. You got Hardcore Kennels grand champion 9 Millie. Gonzalez Oza Azu grand champion Gonzalez Aza Azu. Grand champion Superior San Pierre Pepper. You got Abraham's grand champion Queen of Hearts. Suburbanite Paul's grand champion Sable. Soul Man's grand champion Sandy. Kamikaze Kennels grand champion Schultze. Rebel Kennels grand champion Shady Lady. Slingshot and Hulu's Connection grand champion Shotzi. H&R's grand champion Slickhead. Rebel Kennels grand champion Spooky. Dead Series grand champion Tina. Caribbean Kennels grand champion Tommy Boy. Jay Adams grand champion Trouble. And then you had a double grand champion, Kenny Adams double grand champion Tornado. Now that's all the grand champions, all the way up to 5. And then you got grand champion Mike, Miss Luca. And then you got grand champion Red Ruby.
Okay, that first list was all the way to 2005, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm pretty sure Red Ruby and them came after.
They came in at 2006, 2007, and 8 after 8, right after around 8. Ruby and them came in. Remember, Ruby was sold in 2004, and she hit the circuit in 2007. Same with Miss Luca. Miss Luca picked up her grand championship, I think, in like 2007. Yep, 2007, right along with Red Ruby.
Okay.
So I wanted to go through some of their pedigrees, main ones to talk about. Like, we know about BB Red. She's more of a notable one. STP's grand champion Candy and and Enhanced grand champion Candy. Those are 2 interesting females, the 2 grand champion candies.
Hey, from that list, from what you know of, did they out of that list? Did they ever produce?
Well, that's another good thing that you want to look at, for production wise, because you find Hands Candy in a lot of pedigrees of great dogs. So she would be a good one to start with.
Yeah, you beating the shit out of your keyboard, ain't you?
Not really. But you can hear me tapping it?
Yeah.
Okay, it's on my computer, and that's right by my speaker. I just got good speakers, that's all.
Yeah.
Picking up me tapping my stuff.
Hell yeah. Not good speakers. Oh, you got your speakers on? That's where I thought we was getting that echo from earlier.
It's got to be some adjusting, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Big shout out to my man Constant Trauma Kennels. I see you, fam. They find they pass too, man.
Are they?
Yeah. You can keep doing that and I'll write the numbers down.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna be going through some of these great dogs here. Okay, why isn't this thing showing up? Why I got two modes here now? I know I'm in the right place here. Share screen. And I got this on sharing, but why I don't see it on the board?
Okay, I see it down here.
Oh, you see it down at the bottom, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But all you gotta do is add it to the stage. Because I don't know how you're doing it or how you're trying to share it, but
Yeah, it's not doing it that way. Okay. I don't know why I can't get that up on my screen here.
yeah, this is not gonna be good.
Right, because like every time I put it up, it says screen sharing tips. But when I tap into it, guess what happens?
Well, on the screen sharing, right? There's also a window. If you already have that open on a window on your computer, then it should be able to pick up.
Well, I'm going through all that part. Don't share this tip in again, okay? Don't. Okay. Now, I don't understand why everybody can't see that because it's up on my board, but it's not showing up on the big screen. Okay, there she goes. About time. Hey, finally. Y'all see that? I'm in there.
It's like I just put that up there when I hit add to the stage.
Thank you. I don't know why it's doing that.
Okay. Do you have control over it? You should.
Tell me.
Yep, you got control over it.
Okay, here we go. We got one grand champion, Hands Candy. They got her here as a 6-time winner. She's a 6-time winner, the first female grand champion recognized by the Sporting Dog Journals. Hands Candy was the only female in her litter. Champion Brandy, Hands grand champion Happy. Let me see. In her litter, she had champion Handy. Hands Candy, Hands grand champion Happy, Jack, Hands champion Sibo, Lee's grand champion Candyman, Lee's champion Cowgirl, and many other winners. Okay, however they put that, we're going to see if that's what she produced. Another nice little breeding here. Break it down here where y'all can see it here.
No, you have a lot of thumping going on, bro.
It's definitely not me because I'm not tapping anything.
Okay. But you'll hear it when we do the playback.
I can't do anything about that, girl.
But you can't hear yourself anyway, so I don't know why you make that comment.
Well, because I know I'm not. I mean, my keyboard is a laptop. It's not really
right.
Not like I got no earphones on. Okay, guys, you see that double bread bully, son? It's a double bread bully, son. Coming off that E. Crenshaw's Reno and that Miss Spike. Very, very key piece there. If y'all notice, it lines up perfectly up here with Long's Baby. See, Diamond and Tanner were litter mates. Both crossed into some bully son dogs. So that's a good cross. Definitely show you that it works. Another factor in when I be saying things like, good producing dogs. Now these dogs that she produced Brandy, Grand Champion Happy Jack, Champion Cowgirl, Champion Lee's Champion, Grand Champion Candyman. Hands Grand Champion Happy Jack, Champion Sibo. She was throwing some good ones now. You see Midnight coming off of Midnight Cowboy. You got one coming off of Grand Champion Art. Sibo coming off of Art. Grand Champion Happy Jack coming up in Midnight Cowboy. Candyman came, another Grand Champion coming up of Midnight Cowboy, Champion Midnight Cowboy.
Well, hell, she got her ROM alone just off of him.
Right. Lee's Cowgirl came off of Cowboy, Midnight Cowboy. And we got Hard Girls, Champion Brandy came off of Chavo. But yeah, she threw two Grand Champions out of one litter. Actually, and then 2 Grand Champions and a champion.
Yeah.
That was just out of that one litter with Midnight Cowboy.
That should have been ROM status for her right there, wasn't it? With 2 Grand Champion and a champion.
Yep. Here's a nice cross there. That's Sibo. That Sibo is a nice cross because you're crossing the same line. You're crossing the same line like you had with Midnight Cowboy.
And then the other thing I noticed, they coming down from nothing but ROM type stock anyway.
Yes, sir. But these are what you call good breedings, though. These are great examples of how they was literally breeding their stuff. They wasn't just throwing them together. That's for damn sure. Because you see, I always be like picking out them key factors in here. Like, there we go. Remember down there earlier, we had it down here.
Right. And then there again, there's Grand Champion bred to Grand Champion. You feel me?
Yep.
So to say it don't work sometimes, well, hell, let's see why it works.
Yeah, because you got the Reno stuff in Art. The same thing that we had, if we go back and we hit Candy right quick. You see the Reno down there at the bottom in the 4th generation? And don't forget, we still got that up here in the Long's Baby and Shabo coming off her dad. That we double bred here. And then when we add Art to the equation, there's another Crenshaw's Reno And we know back there in the 5th, we're going to see this double bred down here on the bottom. So we're going to have triple bred Reno by 3 different litter mates. 1, 2. You see what I'm saying? And then you're going to have it down here. 3. Then we go back one on Hands Candy. We're going to have Reno down here on the bottom side. So, you know, things like that, those are, and each one of them are good crosses. You got Bully Son going at least 2 of them. 2 of those crosses. Remember, Tina's off of Reno. And old Polly's coming down off of Reno. So those are good crosses. And they're good, when I say good crosses, not only got the ROM status line to it, but it's showing you that you can take different dogs and add to that equation and still be in that line and still get a good dog. Now, you're not going to get much better than, you're not going to get much better than Cowboy. That's for dang sure. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to get much better than Cowboy, because when you're taking Cowboy going back into the cross, remember, we're still with double bred Reno right here, up here in the top anyway. You got Cowboy up here. We know there's a Reno there. And then we double bred down here. We'll be triple bred Reno again, even down here. Because there's Long Baby right there. And if you notice, all of them and this one here, everybody's going to get back into that. All of them is going down, coming down off the Bully Son. You know, and that's what makes a good cross. You know, and that really also shows you the production power of Bully Son. Because you used to ask me, what's the common factor in there? Everybody, you know, would hate to say it, being the Bully Son was a quitter, but most of them Voodoo dogs got losses. I mean, we always talk about that. Don't mean that they can't produce good dogs. Shabo quit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this dog right here quit. You know, he still produced a grand champion. He still was a registered mare. Shit, he would have had all them on the yard before he would have quit on me, or we wouldn't have had no grand champion Candy. That's the thing I would have to say with Bully Son. You know, they might have took both of them dogs home after they quit. You know, things that we wouldn't do back in our time, give a damn if they was champion or not once they quit. You know what I'm saying? So that's an interesting note.
Has been through.
But, you know, they took him home. You know, you got Sam over here. He quit. You know, you got a couple of them up in here. Scrub quit. You know, it's not like it's not an uncommon thing. You know, I think the uncommon thing was, you know, these are good dog, man. They taking their shit home after it quit. They would have to be. You know, or these great dogs wouldn't exist, literally. You know, I mean, that would be a good discussion, and just everybody want to argue about something, you know, taking curs home. You know, is it necessary to take a cur home? Well, maybe it was a reason why they quit that night. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they have them kind of reasonings and stuff, but to sit there and produce winners, and on top of not just winners, registered mares. You know, yeah, Daddy quit, but you ain't gonna stop him. You ain't gonna. But look, Midnight Daddy and Candy Daddy were curs. Look, come on, that's what they is, curs. Both of them quit.
So what you trying to say? You giving the love on putting it on the female save this shit, Mo? Is that what you saying?
What I'm saying is, a cur can be the killer. A cur can produce a killer. You got Bully Son that quit, and you got Shabo that quit. Both of them dogs literally stood the line. Okay, both of them dogs basically. Bully Son is a registered merit itself. It's not recognized here in his pedigree as a registered merit, but Bully Son has produced more than, I mean, he damn near picked up his registered merit and several dogs. If y'all look him up, you'll see that he really is a registered merit. So we know he did produce. You see what I'm saying? And same with Shavo. Look, you got a grand champion here. There's a point off for Bully Son. Here's another point for Bully Son. You know what I'm saying? Right there, and just this pedigree here, and then back then it didn't take but 3 during the time that they was passing out registered merits. It didn't take but 3 for a male to pick up registered merit. And I'm sure we can go find one more on Bully Son, just solidify the fact that he was the sire. Remember, champion Bully Son Jr. was the champion Stomper and champion Honey Bunch. He's a registered merit. His son, Bully Son Jr., he ended up quitting after stopping his daddy. So, you got one, the daddy, Junior, and Shavo. That's 3 of them, in the line we know quit. But they produced. And they produced damn good dogs. I mean, very instrumental dogs, if you want to tell the truth. Instrumental to the game.
But are you looking at the females being a possible reason why?
I'm looking at the registered merit characteristic, the ability to produce match dogs. That's the point. Damn curse shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They took the curse home and look, they took the curse home. Still a registered merit. Still a registered merit. Shavo quit. Still a registered merit. Where did the registered merit quality come from? That's the thing. It has a genetic trait of registered merit. I mean, it has a genetic trait to produce winners. That's Bully Son. Bully Son has a production genetic strain, even though he quit. Look, just like Shavo. He has that genetic strain. Where'd he get it from? He got it from his daddy. The mama double-bred Bully Son.
And well, let me ask you then. Did Shavo, the quitter, make his ROM off of candy?
Well, we'll take a look. Let's see. Well, not necessarily. Got that Sorrell's sister. She's a champion. You got Brandy. She's a champion. She came up with Candy. Grand champion Candy. She came up with Piggy. She's a registered merit. Yep. Oh yeah, Timex. That Pharaoh's Timex. Yep, that's a good one. He was a good one. Tiger Jack was a good one. So yeah, you see, he wasn't no slouch. I mean, he didn't pick up a whole bunch of stuff, but yeah, even like he did like Bully Son. There's another champion here on this page. Body Works champion Tarzaris.
Okay.
See, but they're still all good crosses. And all you want to do is just carry it forward. Now, I can guarantee you at what point did it die off? You go when you go looking for things that start dying off, you start looking at, like I said, you find Hans Candy in a lot of pedigrees. You know what I'm saying? A lot of coming down pedigrees coming down off of her. There's a lot of dogs out there that you'll find her in that pedigree. Like Satan, he has some grand champion candy in him. You know, you find some dogs back there in the pedigree. Now you won't see dogs like Seabo coming off of. I bet you ain't gonna find nothing coming off of Seabo. That's the art breeding. Champion Sugar. She produced one. And, you know, but look at that pedigree. You coming down off of Art, going back into a cross, coming off of Champion's son, Champion Joe, coming off a daughter, off of Kingfish. You see that? Champion Lane Star.
Yeah.
But those are, I mean, these are dog men who match dogs. These aren't breeders doing that, because breeders don't literally, you know, they don't commonly breed the champions as much as real dog men do. Dog men look at registered mare characteristics to add to their line. You know, that's a factor that you'll see most dog men, not breeders, you'll see them going into a lot of champions when they breed, or grand champions, or registered mares. And a lot of them are real, they're even more focused on registered mare bloodline.
Yeah, but then we're talking about Candy, who was a phenomenal box dog, like Honey Bunch. Phenomenal.
Mm-hmm. Well, you best believe that Lane's dude with Champion Star, Champion Seabo, he wasn't sleeping on shit, because for him to get it, all he did is double up on Art, and then bought back some Kingfish, and still kept a strong bully son and Eli without out coming through Kingfish. You know, it's just a smart cross, because he got the all-round backup, and he got a lot of match dogs. He got a lot of damn grand champions that you know, that can carry a good line of dogs. The thing is, these dogs have to be able to continue on, and there's only one way that you can keep them going, and you know, or they die out. You know, they start dying out. You see what I'm saying?
Well, to give a big shout out to my man, Bear and Bulldogs Calypso Booker's in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, not less than, but the one and only greater than in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Vernon Starr in the house. What up, fam? Yo, J-Rock, I see you, fam.
You know, like pedigrees like BB Red and Queen of Heart, you see them in modern day dogs back there in their pedigrees. Them dogs that had them stand powers. You know what I mean? You know, Boyles was a good line that could carry on a register or mare trait. You know, but I always say, key factors in the Boyles, you're gonna and them Boyles dogs with that, you know, we're talking about the Boyles Bolio crosses. You'll see that because the Boyles Bolio crosses carried a lot of registered mare in their pedigrees. Now that's why they were able. And key factors is pay attention to those top 7 dogs. You know, them 5 top males, and then you go over there and look at them top females. You start noticing something in those great dogs. Even when it comes down to BB Red and Queen of Heart, they all had that one thing in common. They produced a line of dogs. You know, like Dale Sears had a line of dogs coming down off of BB Red and Banjo. You know, Queen of Heart had a lot of dogs coming down off of her. You know, and they were able to carry that because they definitely had strong genetic genes or registered mare traits in them to produce those type of good dogs that could win and continue to win in a fast lane manner. You know, the key is, as the time goes on, can it be maintained?
Hey, did Candy ever produce another female like her?
Another one, yeah, she produced it. Yeah, she produced the grand champion.
Okay.
Yeah, Candy produced some good guys. Yes, she did. But like I said, you will find her and you find her popping up in some pedigrees, you know. Like I've seen some that have Candyman in their pedigree. I've seen some that had Happy Jack in their pedigrees. You know, but you take them crosses like them and you cross them into other lines, you know, because at some point, you notice they always go in there with some type of out. Happy Jack. Somewhere in there, you're going to have some type of out. And we know Eunice is Piggy. That bitch produced. She ain't registered mare, but you'll find her and a couple famous dogs in their pedigree. Yeah, like him, Cracker Jack, coming down off of Piggy too. You know, Grand Champion Sir Dog, coming down off of Piggy.
Big shout out to my man Cabo. Cabo said he heard Snooty didn't quit at all.
He got picked up all 3 times. I mean, both times. You're correct. Okay, we got Cruiser's Grand Champion Sir Dog, 7-time winner.
Big shout out to my man Vance. 305 said, I know all the dogs that quit, but I'm like Twin. They not coming home. Don't care what the dog name is.
I'm telling you, man, you know, somewhere down that line, we closed that circle. Hell yeah, you know, who would have rolled home with Bully's son after he quit on his son? Who would have rolled home with him? It must have went quick because he must have didn't have a lot of damage. Cause I'm gonna get out there on the highway with a wounded animal. It's sure gonna be because he won. It sure hell ain't gonna be no long quiet ride, and I'm taking a chance, taking home a cur. For what? You know, this will make you think twice. You know, maybe we need to go back and reevaluate them old school guys. Cause look here, they got a lot of goddamn good dogs up in these pedigrees with all these little L's bouncing around in the genetics. Whole bunch of quitting.
Well, you know, they said Hammonds took a whole lot of that shit home and made something out of it, didn't he?
Well, I mean, if Gary Hammonds was taking some of these dogs home and making some of these crosses to keep these dogs alive, which I really don't see Hammond's name popping up in none of these yet.
Right.
We know Boudreaux was taken home. You know, old Maurice probably loved Bully's son. He probably loved Bully's son. I'm not killing my damn dog. I'm taking my dog home, breed his ass. If he hadn't did that, would we have great dogs like Jeep? Did he quit before Jeep or did he quit after Jeep? You know what I'm saying? There you go. You ask that question. Did he have Honey Bunch on the ground already when he quit on Junior? He might not. Who knows? He might not have made it home. Maybe he was already used up. But we know Shabo came home.
Hey, that female, the man you was talking about earlier that was on the cover of
that's the Yankee Boys Mammy.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna get down to her. I'm getting out of these cruises and stuff. No, this is the reason why I'm staying on this a lot is because everybody was always talking like, you know, they be saying that like Mayday and them had their time, Mayday had their time. But see, if y'all look at these pedigrees here, Boudreaux and them had their time too. I mean, y'all really paying attention. There was a time down there that what made these Eli dogs such dogs to talk about even in today's time in dogs. This is a prime example why. Because a lot of these dogs that you're going to see in today's going to go off, most of them go back to Boudreaux. I mean, the Bulldog got some of them in them. Mayday got some of them in them. Jeep Dog got some of them in them. Frisco Dog got some of them in them. You know, good ones.
Yeah, See, we talking about them killers, and you know, it's amazing to see that a lot of them Eli males and them not Eli males, but a lot of them dogs that you're talking about, they all go back to some of that shit at some point, right?
Yes, they do.
Because
the
it's, to me,
characteristics that outweigh the quarter.
Right.
You know, they didn't know they dogs ain't game. You know, maybe you don't need to be game to win.
Hey, Mo, I got you on that. If you got a killer, right? Yeah, could you ever tell? I mean, and you've been around, you've seen enough of them. I didn't see enough of them. Funniest thing is you never knew just how game they was because you never could see anything to stay with them. You remember then you was trying to push to see just how game Brat was?
Right.
You see what that turned out to do?
Yeah, you end up you mess around and get your yard cleaned out. All your good shit won't make. Shit that you want to take out won't make it.
Oh man, you remember the argument, man, you was having? I was like, "Come on, man, shit, you killing the yard. You killing the yard, man. What is you doing?"
We did that with May too.
Yeah,
ruined a lot of careers. He got his career messed up after beating up all them dogs that we had to put back out on the chain and never had to do again because of him and Brat. You know, it's just that way. You know, some people would just grade their yard different. Me, I grade my yard different. I'm gonna look and play with mine as much as I can while it's free. Cause you get out there losing, boy, you losing money and time and work and everything else. But these dogs they had a lot to stand on their own. You know, it speaks a lot for Maurice Carver, because when you speak a lot of these dogs, guys, a lot of these dogs go back to Maurice Carver. You know, whether they papers is wrong or right, because, you know, who knows? But one damn thing for sure, if you was to look at it for what you got in front of you, what other way could he have been crossing this shit that we missed? You know, we only going on what we see here, but we know for a fact somewhere in these pedigrees, there's issues pertaining to are these papers correct?
But the dog, damn them papers.
You got it damn right. I'm gonna go with the paper, what the papers say, because the dog that I'm using. You know, maybe I'll get a phone call from Pat Patrick or you know, Floyd Boudreaux, you know, while he was still around and explaining to us the Midnight Cowboy wasn't quite bred like that. You know what I'm saying? It's one of them kind of situations. The point is, being that we didn't get that phone call, you know, you have to look at these dogs for what they are and who they are, and go on what you got to work with. I would rather have that as a format to work with when it comes to breeding, because I'm not really breeding a pedigree. I'm breeding a good dog. You know, especially if it's producing. So you ain't got no other choice but to go on what you see on the paper and try to breed to the paper. And if it continues to work by the work based on the paper, then you need to stick with the paper and breed by the paper. As long as you're continuing to get the good dogs, you still breed by the paper. Because we're only going to breed what we like. And these are grand champions with registered merit genetics. It's clear to see in just this pedigree here. Okay, I'm gonna go pull up STPs next here, guys. I'm gonna come out of here and get back over here where y'all at on the stream.
You go ahead and do that while I do that. Big shout out to my man K-Bo. He said Boone had one that lost two. He lost 2 and won 4 out of 5 with. Yeah. He told you the story. I heard the story. Let me see. It was somebody else I wanted to give a big shout out to here. Big shout out to my man. Oh, man. What up, fam? My man Old Man said, in times past, that's why I believe it was imperative that the owners of a competitive dog should be in the hands on if to keep was outsourced, or who's to say the conditioner didn't quit or get lazy? You know, that's the one thing about back in the day, and I mean, at least in our time, you questioned a lot of things when things went wrong. You know, and sometimes you just couldn't tell. But then there were some great conditioners out there that you didn't have to worry about that type of shit.
Right, because conditioning don't guarantee you no damn win now. You know, it might be used for an excuse when your shit don't win. You know what I'm saying? You might look at your dog and be like, well, tonight it just didn't look good tonight. You know.
But Roger Ramjet for that, remember that night?
Yeah, but there's factors to that. There's a difference between the dog's fault and your fault. A lot of the dogs, yes, condition the decision, not just the conditioning.
Right.
The decision to do an animal that you know is not right.
Yeah. Lesson learned that night for you, wasn't it?
Well, there were several lessons learned that night, you know. Yeah. You know, that's all. Some dogs like look at Whistler. He went 6 times, lost 3 times game and won 3. So he was a 3-time winner, 3-time loser. Like Snooty. Snooty was a 2-time winner, 2-time loser. But they produced. You know, maybe it's just the fact that they're good dogs, but they're not great dogs.
Hey, did you ever run across any females like that? There was great dogs that had losses but was able to produce. Well, I know we talking about great females, you know, destructive females, because that's what you was basically going after tonight, was a destructive.
Well, if I was doing a Floyd Boudreaux, I would have bought Red Ace home. I probably would have, and continued her career. I've been probably one of them great dogs, because look what she produced. She produced 2 killers. Point made, right?
Right.
She produced 2 killers, Little Maddie and Brat. Replicas of her. You know what I'm saying? But why wasn't she able to produce more? Because she quit. I mean, you know, I could have did I could have did what Bully Son, what they did, and what Floyd and them was doing. Shabo and them, bringing them home and shit, but I got to come back from Puerto Rico with that on my shoulder. I just can't see myself walking there in the backyard, tightening up something that, you know, what you could have been done based on the situation, even at hand. But remember what I said when I left left her like that day. I said, from this day forward, if I can do that to such a great dog based on the situation at hand, even still, regardless, then that goes for everybody. And I never changed that, did I?
Never
changed it. We didn't give a damn what the excuse was. Damn, my fault. This is gonna have to be my fault. I just can't do it. I'm not gonna be up there going out there on the yard, raking up no shit on somebody that I'm looking at every morning. That, you know, situation I can blame on me. You know.
But actually, I think that just brought you always made sure. That's why you was known as one of them good conditioners, because you never fell short on the dogs that you put in shape. So.
Well, she was in great shape.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying everything after that.
Right. Well, I'm always coming. I done made some mistakes in my conditioning before, but nothing major to the point like, you know, doing things, and I can't even say it was the conditioning, doing dogs that you shouldn't do. Like the Master Rat lost when she went into the Tennessee Dog Pound. You know, if you know your dog ain't right, and it's clear to see that your dog ain't right. So many times have I seen dogs that before they went in, something was wrong with them. And I can point the finger at me and say I've been a player to that, doing one that they have now. Homer shouldn't have been done when he went into Jeep. Homer wasn't right. He didn't come in there in good shape. He didn't even get a good keep, and yet they're gonna take him and put him on a dog as great as a good dog like Jeep. And just on what he had, look how long he went with Jeep. See, that ain't Homer's fault. You know, that wasn't Red Ace's fault. Neither one of them dogs should have been done. You should have paid the forfeit and came back. See, those are the kind of mistakes that Bulldog, man, we all make that mistake. I guarantee you that every damn dog man out there tell you one time that they did a dog that they didn't have no business doing, knowing there was something wrong with their dog. Stone City's Rat shouldn't have never went that night. She made China a champion, but that dog was a champion in the making, knowing that she was still able to hang in there with China, knowing that she shouldn't have been done that night, and she still didn't quit. But, you going into a great dog and you ragged and you already sick, man, that's like you taking a dog that's already sick, putting them in there with another good dog. Those dogs so strong, know why she's down on her side, know why you going over here ending up having to pick her up. And then the fact is, you get ready to lose her on the simple fact that she shouldn't have been done putting the kitty up, and she did so good under those conditions. Now you're trying to save her life. 9 times out of 10, you don't.
Big shout out to my man, the Insane Honey Badger. He said most likely that's what happened nowadays. They either blame the keep or the dogs, and it's not fair at all. Usually those dudes do have good dogs, but not disciplined. I stay away from those types. Yeah. Well,
I think it's like y'all, like we say, it's that I wouldn't even call it ego, because ask me, I'm one of them. I can honestly say I've done that more than once. And I think it's because, even when it comes to these great guys, you would think that they would be more disciplined in doing that. But sometimes, man, when you put work into a dog, man, you have a tendency of forgetting about that damn dog and get caught on yourself. Because I cannot blame that on the dog. You have to accept the responsibility that it's your fault.
I'm thinking you talk about going uphill 7 pounds.
Well, again, at some point you have to blame yourself. Those are responsibilities. It's not on the dog. You did that to your dog. Anytime you take a dog out that there's nothing wrong with, you can almost count on losing. Victor had Mayday. He was very lucky when Mayday's Grand Championship match, giving up so much, taking such a big chance. I just tell you how good Mayday was. We want to give Cody all the props, but come on, Cody, you wasn't all that great to me if you couldn't break that little dog down. I know Mayday was a killer. He could handle his own, but damn, Mayday damn near gave up 7 to 9 pounds. So he's on a dog that big.
With all that traveling.
And wasn't in good. He wasn't feeling right. Now, when they tried to do it with Hawk with Buck, look what happened to Hawk. See, knowing you shouldn't have done it, know something was wrong. But these are things that you just don't, are mistakes that we learn. And like I said, I guarantee there's not a dog man out there who's out there in that fast lane doing that can't sit down there and tell you the same old shit that I'm telling you. All of them had done it at some point. They all have done it.
Hey, Mo, I got a question from a man, Cabo. He said, Twin, how were y'all condition one that was slick on the head, historically speaking? Well, you had one. Judo.
You just teach them, or just I'm gonna tell you something about them head riders and them ones that like to grab that face and want to dance and you know, catch me if you can type shit. Do a lot of back end work. Do a lot of pulling weights. If you got a head rider, pull a lot of weights. Because one, you want his back end to be strong because he's gonna be doing a lot of scuffling and pushing. And if you got good back stifles, and you can get you a powerful punch, then when he do get in there, you know, he can push. Instead of this dance, he gonna have them good back legs, because a lot of those head riders, they have a tendency of using one paw to control, you know, and one to stabilize. If you notice what I'm saying. Most of the time when they want to dance around, they're gonna kick their legs back and try to keep their legs from getting swung on while they up there around them heads and stuff. But you want to have good, strong stifles, so when he put them down, two legs down in the front, he got pushing power. So anytime you got a dancer, you got to do a lot of a lot of fast twitch work with a lot of muscle. You know, a lot of weight pull. I mean, you're not building the muscle for strength. You're building the muscle, you know, by pulling weights with a lot of running. You know, you want to put weights on the dog where he's not dragging. You putting weights on him that he can take off and run with. You know, you want that kind of power. You know, if you're doing a lot of pulling, then you're gonna have a lot of bulk. But if you got a lot of running and you're doing a lot of pulling, you're gonna be using a totally different type of muscle running than you are just digging in pulling. If you understand what I'm saying, that's a different type of workout. So for those that got those dancers, you're building a different type of stifle back there. You're building a strong stifle, but you're dealing with the twitch muscles, the speed, the strength, you know, that power.
Hey, I want to give a big shout out to my man Oak, man. He said, historically acknowledge your mistakes, twin. That's being an honest dog, man, of your craft. Salute, Mo.
Oh, thank you, man. I mean, if I don't tell y'all, then you know, you'll hear this mistake when you make it. You know, even with me telling you the story, guess what? You know, there's guys out there to tell you, you know, they'll find themselves making the same damn ass mistakes. It's like, you know, even though you know, it just don't seem like it's gonna ever work out for you until you finally make that dumbass mistake. And I've seen it. I've seen it in the best of them. I've seen it in the best of them, man. I've seen them in there walking dogs before the show. Dogs just skirting out shit. What the hell? Black shit. Dog down there looking like he half drunk. And they still turn around and do the dog and then be wondering why 20 minutes in, the dog laying on his side. Knowing what I just saw, I was expecting to see him laying on his side in 20 minutes if he couldn't get him out of there. That's why I'm always, when I used to go to shows, I'm always being nosy right around that scale before they get there. I'm watching everybody walk out their animal. I'm watching everybody walk out their animal. I watched them boys when they got to lose that weight, get that 30 minutes. You know what I mean? I'm back out there watching them. I'm watching them, how they getting this weight off this dog. You know, how much pressure they putting on this dog. What's the effects it's going to have when this dog get in. Because he sure ain't getting a chance to rest before he go. He working already. Can he hold up? You know what I'm saying? Is he over there kicking up his leg trying to piss and ain't no piss coming out? So we know he ain't going to lose no more weight coming out of that. He done pissed all the water out of him. So how are we going to get this other quarter pound off of him? I've seen guys do that. You know, I've seen them use the old matchstick to get him the shit. And the dog, instead of shitting nothing but the matchstick. You know, at what point are you just going to go in there and give up the forfeit and try to see if you can get it on with what you got? How about that? You could have saved all that little extra work and just stood right there and worked your hand. Why not? Why risk going out there doing something that you'll maybe harm your animal, trying to get it off so you don't have to pay? And then you're still coming back a quarter over. Now you got to, now they're going to give you the quarter, but you done left half your dog out there trying to get the quarter off. You don't tell me you ain't going to, it's a difference between going out here trying to work a quarter off. You'd have been a whole lot better standing right there and damn that quarter. Can we go with the quarter, man? I'm just going to be a quarter off. We can still do this, or take the forfeit and go home. Which one you want to do? Make some adjustments on the pot and let's get it done. Damn that me running out there trying to get that damn quarter off. My dog did shit and pissed and did all that. I'm not going to go out there and start moving my dog some more over a damn quarter. I'm going to stand right there at the scale and negotiate.
Big shout out to my man, Double M Desbo in the house. Bite down and shake that like button. I see you, fam. Hey, Mo, the insane honey badger. He said 3-leg dog. I say half a dog. And I just brought me to the thing, like with judo, right? The way he used to actually put a dog in a headlock.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? And had, put his weight up against him and actually turn a dog like a human do a person in a headlock.
Yeah.
That shit really do work like that. It's not really like the dog is at a disadvantage when he got that head up there. I seen judo put dogs in. I seen Buck Rogers do it.
Yeah, they go there, put that paw around their head and put their body alongside them, lock in on the side of them so they don't turn into them. And move around with them and push. That's why you gotta have them strong back legs. Because them strong legs is literally pushing that dog around. While that dog is trying to spin out, with that headlock around his head like that, he can't spin out and get up under his chest, get up in the chest, because the dog is constantly on top of his head, on the side of him, biting down. You're constantly seeing him trying to get loose, twisting in, twisting out, but he can't get that dog off his side because that dog got that paw around the side of his back of his neck, pulling him in, and pushing, using them stifles to move him around, to keep him from spinning around. You know what I'm saying? With all that fancy dancing. Yeah, good head dog, a good face dog, boy, them is the worst ones you want to see get on the dog. Is one that can get that dog and position themselves where that dog is spending half the night trying to get loose. Or at least trying to get a bite in, and he has to be patient. See, you got them dummy dogs out there that they go out there and they spin themselves out. See, them smart ass dogs, they want to get on you like that and watch you work hard. They don't be exerting no energy. They set their body up just right. Robert T was one of them. Robert T had jumped on a dog and he was so smooth with his shit. He spent more time dancing and prancing where you tired yourself out just trying to get loose. Not trying to just get a hit. You trying to get loose. And a lot of dogs spent themselves out. See, Duke turned around and did it to Robert T. That's how Robert T got beat for going for number 10. Because Duke came in there and jumped on his head and spent him out. And when I say he spent him out, Duke had that dog tired. Robert T quit in 48 minutes after beating like 3 champions. Grand champion on grand champion, and the right grand champion got on his ass and stopped him in 40 minutes. And we're not talking about Ninja. We're talking about Legion of Dames Duke is the one to beat Robert T, the 9-time winner, going for his 10th one. That had been 2 double grand champions Kenny Allen would have had. The Duke turned around and did the very thing that Robert T was doing to the other dogs. He jumped on his head, on the side of his head, and got on his side and stuck to him like glue. Robert T couldn't spin his way out of it. He couldn't even roll his way out of it. You know what I'm saying? He got frustrated. I mean, imagine getting frustrated and you're a 9-time winner. Imagine what this dog had to be doing to him for him to become a cur after beating 3 champions like it wasn't nothing. Yeah, I see somebody down there asking a question, Twin, did you like Dex? Why or why not? I mean, Dex is, you know how to use Dex. Dex is a steroid. You know, I don't know how people use Dex, but you got first to understand Dex is a steroid. And what Dex does, and the reason why I use Dex, it's an inflammatory thing. It literally draws the veins down. You know, it kind of dries the dog out, but it's an inflammatory. It helps. It pulls the veins where they're not so, you know, where you won't bleed out. But then also at the same time, it's an inflammatory, so your dog don't swell as much. Okay, that's what Dex is used for. That's why when you dry out, you know, you're drying out so you don't bleed out. And Dex is like a steroid. Remember, it's still a drug enhancement. If it's a steroid, it's an enhancement. What is it enhances? It enhances blood flow. It enhances recovery from inflammation, where you don't just you start swelling on impact. It keeps that down. You know, that's why, you know, it's wise to use Dex if you know how to use it. You know, guys giving dogs 2 and 3 things of Dex before, you know, and then you got those guys that use Dex, you know, and then you wondering why all of a sudden 20 minutes in, your dog back end starting to shake. You know, once you see the back end start to shake, watch the tail after that. All it takes is the back end, the first sign of shivering back end. Watch what the tail do. The tail gonna tell you how long he gonna be there after that. The tail gonna show you when he ready to lay down. When that tail laying down, when that tail start laying down, then the body gonna be next. Dex will wreck you run hot if you're not using it correctly. It will burn your dog out. If you're not using it correctly, it will dry your dog out too much. If you dry it out too much, you don't barely got no type of good blood flow. So that means you're not getting much oxygen. You know what I mean?
Yo, Pit Dog, what up, fam?
And same says, Twin, is there a such thing of a dog being too smart for his own good? My poor dog, I ain't never seen a dog that was too smart for their own good, Honey Badger. I swear to God. Any dog that was too damn smart was too good for me. Okay? Too good for me. Any dog that can go in there and kill a dog the way I've seen these killers do, I call them too damn smart. Them is just too damn smart. Not just rough. They got to be very damn smart to go in and know how to dismantle a dog. Y'all, I'm telling y'all, y'all hate to hear me keep saying this about this big ass dog Mayday, but he would be one of them dogs that I would say he was just too damn smart for his own good, because he was one of them.
Name a female.
He knew how to kill you. Pandy knew how to kill you. I mean, Pandy could have been a flat-out cur, y'all. She could have been a flat-out cur. But let me tell you something. Was she too good for her own good? Hell yeah, because we would have never knew if Pandy was game. So I would have to say she was too damn smart for her own good, because she'd never have to show y'all if she was game or not. She ain't never come out the corner, and she ain't never had scratch.
I think Tornado was the one that was so damn smart. She was just too good to be.
Well, she wasn't too good for her own good. That's for damn sure. Because another smart ass dog was Tornado. Tornado always did enough to stay in a match until she got you where she wanted you. See, that's what made Tornado smart. She was one. Kenny Allen had her very strong. See, that was her biggest attribute. Tornado's biggest attribute is she had a bodybuilder's body. She had that pretty mama body. You know, she was naturally muscular, powerful. And all she did is just hung around. You know, that's all. She just hung around, used her strength when you tried to push into her strength. You know, she just knew how to use her strength, and she knew how to wear you down. She knew how to get just enough. See, they said that about Yellow John too. Now, say Yellow John and Yellow was smart dogs. They did just enough to keep you interested, you know what I mean, until you ran out of gas. See, they thing was to preserve their gas, hang in there and do just enough to not get hurt. Just stay out your way. Let me play with you a little bit, you know, let you gas out right quick. And then once you gas out, you know, then here they come. You know, those are smart dogs. You know, you don't have to be a killer to be a great match dog, because there's some dogs out there that they take you out there like a damn alligator, take you out there in that water and get you out there in the middle of that damn water and take you places you ain't never been before and have you thinking twice about that shit. No, that's why you see some of those dogs is winning championships going an hour 41. There, a couple of them went out there, went 2 hours, 2 or 3 times. You know, because they would get in there, and one thing you knew that you had when you was in, really what you had and what you was betting on was there was nothing going to stop this dog. I'm going to keep him out there till something stop him. You know, I mean, if you win it, that's the philosophy you going to be going by. Well, I guess I'm just going to keep him out there. I won this one in an hour 40. I won the last one in an hour and 50. Shit, the other one, I went 3:05 for a championship. Dogs like that, if you coming in with a good dog, you're going to be in a long match. That's all. And if you're dealing with a dog that's very hard to stop, you're going to have even harder time to stop it. Because you banking on your ability to get down there and finally break him down. I'm pretty sure. You know, this dog has been, if you're going into a 4-time winner going for a grand championship, I'm pretty sure you know the dog's time before you get there. And you bring him one, you know what you're trying to bring. You're trying to bring one to shut his ass down and keep him down. You know, do you think you got the formula to get his ass? Well, guess what? Them kind of dogs that like going them kind of crazy times, they will sit there and take your ass out there, like I said, like an alligator that take your ass out there and make you feel like you getting somewhere. And then just as soon as your ass take a break, they punch on you. They start beating the shit out of you, make you come up out of your recovery to get back in there. And then they'll slide right back up and let you go ahead and tire yourself out. You ain't never getting recovery. You're going to always get right back on you and make you get back to work. You're going to run out of gas, and then you're going to have no more gas to save your ass. And now you all of a sudden, he looking like Jeep or Pandy, like or a great dog, like he did some big, great comeback on your ass, and everybody going, whoa, whoa, whoa. And the whole time, if you were standing there watching the match, it was a sucker move from the giddy up. He kept pressing you. He didn't let you get your win. He didn't let you sit around and take a hold and sit there and get yourself together. He kept you busy. See, that's a smart-ass dog. He give you just enough, and then as soon as you slow down, he turn on. As soon as you get back on, then he turn back off. But then as soon as you try to slow down, because now you didn't get a chance to fully recover because he tried to turn the gas on you. Now you back to work. Sooner or later, guess what, bro? You ain't gonna have nothing to recover on because he didn't never give you a chance. He kept speeding you back in, kept bringing you back in until you gassed all the way out. Now you ain't got nothing left. Now you can't do nothing to stop the onslaught that he's turning up on your ass. You had those kind of dogs out there that could do that and was game enough to do that. You know? I think Virgil was a good example of that. Virgil would do that. Virgil do just enough to have you kicking your best. That's why they didn't hesitate to put Virgils on champions, because they knew Virgil was smart enough that he wouldn't get hurt. You know, he was smart enough that he knew how to stay out the way, even on the rougher dog. And then as soon as you slow down, bro, he'll punch on you a little bit. Looking like Sugar Ray. Then all of a sudden when you come back in there, he go pulling back again. Doing that defensive maneuver. They ain't gonna let you barnstorm me, but he gonna let you work him and make you feel like you're doing something. Then when you want to slow down, then he gonna make you speed back up. No, don't slow down, because I'm gonna get you. If you slow down, the dog back in it. It gets to a point where the dog gasses out. They gas out. And when you get in one of them kind of matches and you see that happening to your dog, the best thing to do is stop talking to him. Stop rushing him. Stop pushing him.
Back in the day.
Back in the day. Yes, sir. If you seen it coming, if you seen what was happening, guess what? It would become a boring show. Abrahams were good about that. They were good. I've seen Stone City do it. Big Mike, them boy, he was good at doing that. He knew when to recognize a dog that was trying to set a trap. Doing just enough to make your dog work hard. If you go in there sending him in, and he doing all these slick moves, and your dog can't really get him, it ain't on the dog to know the move. It's on his handler to know what's going on. Don't go pushing him if you can't finish him. Because right now you pushing him and ain't getting nowhere. Look like you tying yourself out because you ain't hitting him. He's staying out the way. He's got holes that's got you blocked off. Well, you look like you up right now, but you ain't doing nothing to him to slow him down. Them guys was pretty slick and smart about that. I mean, Big Mike ran into Duke when he lost a round. That was he ran into that. He ran into Ram's trap, Flash's trap. Doogie ran into Flash's trap. Those was two great dogs, but it was Doogie who was getting pushed into the water, taken to the water. Because Doogie kept trying, and Mike kept pushing, trying to get that opportunity to finally put that knockdown on Ram on Flash to finish him and get him, and he never could. He could never finish him, could never get to him. And he tired himself out to the point where, he didn't have no more gas.
Hey, was you bringing up any other pedigrees?
Yeah, yes, I am. I'll bring up STP's Candy, Grand Champion Candy.
Okay.
Give it a chance to get there.
Constant Trauma sent us one. We can do that one. Save it for last because he don't even want to really set up one.
Okay, well, I got Candy up here. I don't know how you put her up there before.
Hold on, I'll put it up there for you.
There she go. Another good dog. Here's the other Grand Champion, STP's Candy. I mean, here's a perfect pedigree when we talking about Eli dogs and Bolio dogs. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of them. Cherokee Chief. Okay, Cherokee Chief. Look at Cherokee Chief. See that? Basically the same shit that we were seeing earlier. Remember this line here? They got that Reno stuff. They go Shabo. Remember I said you'll find these dogs back there in those pedigrees. Y'all see what I'm saying? This is another good example of that. Another good example. Hank, hey, anytime you got Hank going to Red Baby, y'all better look out. Anytime you got Hank going to Red Baby, you see that dirty mare, y'all better look out. Because y'all already know what I feel about Red Baby, what I say about Red Baby. I'll tell you about Red Baby. Who's gonna be back there? Klaus, Stabber. That Stabber dog. Trust me. Dirty Mary. Look how many times y'all see Dirty Mary in this pedigree. Look how many times y'all see Dirty Mary in this pedigree. That's a whole lot of damn Stabber. Look how many times you see Bully Boy Bob in this pedigree. Who's Bully Boy Bob? We talking about Grand Champion Buck shit. So we got two major factors that's in Grand Champion Buck that made Grand Champion Buck a great producer. It's the same line of cross dogs that made not only Buck, but the Boyles line. Baby, Boy Bob, Bolio's daddy. Okay, look at those crosses. You see them right there. Right there. What's the other factor? ROM. Why did I say what's the other factor? Register and merit. You got register and merit traits all over the damn place. Register and merit traits all over the place. It's gonna come. That's, to me, it's a genetic in itself. You know, look at the crosses. Look at the breeding. This is why you get great dogs. How can you beat that? You know, good crosses. And what I would say like this. Here is a breeder. Here is a breeder, because that's what he is, a breeder, taking his breeding bitch and breeding to a winner. Ronnie Boyle is the breeder, breeding to a winner of his own line. Good breeders do that, but good breeders only do it when it's in their own line. But that's a breeder's move. Breeder. Breeder. Y'all see what I'm saying? That's a breeder doing that. And when you catch a breeder doing this, doing what a dog man do for his stock, is when he take him moves and move up here and do these kind of moves. But they move going back into his own line. That's why that pedigree looks so good. That's why that pedigree got all them traits. How you gonna go wrong when you got that many all them traits? How you gonna go wrong when you're dealing with strong traits? Champions and grand champions and register merit and significant dogs. When you bring like this right here, you're gonna get these type of dogs. I did 2 candies, and both of them have the basic same concept, except these got Bolio. Bolio's still a carver dog. Bujo dogs still are carver dogs. Let's not forget that, guys. This line is still all these dogs still would go back to carver. Not speaking of Hank. Hank was, if you wanted to ask about Hank, you got to just understand, Hank was bred to some good shit. Hank being bred to Red Baby, you're adding the inbred Klaus cross into your shit. Sire of 4 champions and many winners. We're still talking about a good line of dogs. You know what I'm saying? And a spinning champion as he was, a turning champion as he was, a lot of people tell you, he was turning he made certain moves to make certain positions know he was a turning ass dog. Sometimes you wonder if he was really trying to run or something. But I got to show y'all something about Hank. When you start looking at some of these dogs, and I'm talking about some good ones. Okay, I'm gonna go to Joker. I'm gonna go to Joker first. Unknown cross. If anybody know the story about Joker, guess what Joker did? Joker was a turner, just like his daddy. I mean, heavy turner. Oh, by the way, here, let me show y'all something. Double bred turner. Okay, another good one. But look at the Giroux here. That Gunner dog, registered married. But the double bred gave a little bit more to that. But you can't keep going to the well. You can't keep going to the well. I can go, man. We got these two dogs up, and we're gonna check them. We'll check them both. You ain't gonna go too far to the well. Okay, just wanted to point those out to you. You can't go too far to the well, because at some point, there's nothing magical going on. Nothing magical going on. You can see where it's starting to lose steam.
Hey, this goes to show a point. My man, right here, Insane Honey Badger said, twins, do y'all feel like the oversaturation of lines in the breeds create more avenues for more failure in breedings by the average breeders predicted on false advertisement of dogs and different times?
Here's my point. I understand what he's saying. Here's the point to that. The point to that is it's not the false breeders, it's the breeders themselves that's making those mistakes, Honey Badger. It's those breeders. They're the ones making the mistake. The ones that okay. We got a difference. Now, y'all know we understand this very clearly because I talk about the breeder and then I talk about the dog man. We all understand, based on twins philosophy, a breeder breeds for blood. A dog man breeds for stock. Remember how many times I've been showing y'all that most of the time you ask that question, why did he take this dog as a breeder and breed to that dog? Because you guarantee him most of them don't be champion. And those that be, they be going back into their own line as a breeder. A dog man gonna take and try to breed into the hottest thing out there, the stock. See, a dog man ain't gonna fall for that breeder bullshit. He ain't gonna fall for that paper game. He ain't falling for that bloodline shit. And he make his decision. He making his decision based on a bunch of down all whims. How do you get all whims? Look at that little Hank Bread looking damn dog. You know, all that shit works. That's a line breed. No, this is how they do it. See, we know this is a breeder. Oh, Mr. Greenwood, we know he a breeder. But we just came off of one that, if you notice, with old Vega, old Joker, you know what I'm saying? You see him again. You see it? So they already know. He already know this shit is clicking with the Hank. He knows that this stuff. So when you see these right here, these are dog man. This is a breeder, but we're talking about Jerome. He's the breeder, but he's a dog man breeding. This stuff right here, this is dog man breeding. Mr. Greenwood, dog man breeding. But who's making these dogs? Andre Jerome.
Hey, there was a two-part to that question, Mo.
Okay.
He said, well, actually a three-part. He said, and a third, hold on, let me get to this. It's actually a three-part, but here's the second part. And add to that question, do you feel because of that illusion of traits and genetics can also be tainted, predicted on the fact that there's not really any avenue to venture to really test it?
Well, there's always the avenue to test it. You know, just don't look for a breeder to be testing it. You know what I mean? There's always the avenue, because when a dog man does it, the avenue is self-evident, because why is the dog man breeder doing it? A dog man that breeds for stock, you know, he's gonna be checking his stock, because the whole purpose of him doing it has nothing to do with, you know, creating a great line. They're trying to build stock on the yard to play with. A breeder, they're trying to make good dogs.
So they're gonna have that untestedness.
Right. Basically, yeah, because they're you know, and this is what guys are doing. You know, this is what there's more of them doing that. Okay, because remember, I can name them. Remember all the great kennels: Stone City Hardcore, Southern Kennels, STP. I mean, you don't hear me say Pat Patrick?
Super Kennels.
Super Kennels, but you didn't hear me say Pat Patrick? You see what I'm saying? There's a difference. I can say James Crenshaw, but I ain't gonna say Pat Patrick. I can say STP, but I'm not gonna say Pat Patrick. I'm not gonna say Mr. Hollingsworth. You understand what I'm saying? Because they're not dogmen, they're breeders.
Okay, third part of that question. And the third add-on, unlike any other breeds that's capable of actually showing merits and status, can you really call today's breeders breeders?
Depends on where y'all talking about. Okay, let's go hypothetically, okay? Say we're on the bus and we're looking into the future. We don't know if this is the future. We're gonna just based on that question. From back here on the bus, and let's look forward from our point. From our point. Everybody has always been trying to sell dogs. If you go back in, we go back into these journals and we go pull up all these great bred dogs, brother to this champion, brother, sister to this grand champion, and we go back down through all their little pedigrees. But they got them plastered all over the journals. Every time a journal come out, there's an ad there. You know what I mean? Always using one single factor. It might be the litter mate to this dog, or maybe they bragging on this dog with the litter mate to this dog that had this dog and this dog. See, when you are breeding and looking at dogs, and we're looking into the future, because based on what we saw back then, there was a lot of guys out there that was literally breeding dogs and buying dogs just to breed them together and have a good bred line of dogs there, but ain't doing nothing with them but shining papers. They don't give a damn if that dog is cold, male or female. They looking at the papers. Damn the dog. Because with a litter of puppies, they don't know what's in that litter. And the people buying, they looking at the papers. You know what I'm saying? That's what they looking at. They looking at the paper. Why you think they selling dogs? And who gonna buy a dog bred off a great dog and don't be running around lying to everybody saying I got a badass dog because I got him. Look how he breed. He ain't gotta talk. He can talk all the shit in the world about him and his badass, good ass dog and never put a tooth in it. Got him up for stud and everything because the way he bred. And how many people follow that? How many people follow that? Most people follow that. They was following it back in my time. Why would they be any different? Why would they be any different if they was just like that back in my time? I would expect it to be like that in the future, and worse in the future, especially if the numbers back here in my time were so much higher in competition. Now imagine what I say about breeders and dogmen in their breedings. They're two different styles. Now we got a lot more breeders than we have dogmen looking for stock, because those numbers have almost diminished. Dogman breeding for stock diminishes through time. That means when the matches start slowing down, guess what that also means? The good dogs start slowing down, because guess where they're coming from now? When you get them, if you can get them, breeders. Can you get good dogs out of breeders? Yes, you can. But can you get a great dog out of a breeder? Not based on percentages. A breeder needs a great dog from a dogman to get numbers in percentages. He will not have great numbers in pedigrees. If you breed in pedigrees, one thing that you're going to find out, just because you bred your pedigree, you got a bunch of great bred pedigree puppies. As a breeder, you do not care. You don't care because you ain't matching shit. You're not going to match shit. That's not what you do. You're going to hope like hell somebody get out there and make one of them son of bitches good. It'll blow you up as a breeder, like Ronnie Boyles. But do you know how often that is? You know how often that happens? Very little. Do you know how many registered married bitches we really got out there? Remember, we just did a show on that. There's not many of them out there. Especially winning registered marrieds. Winning registered married females. There's not a lot of them out there. Because a lot of breeders breed their dogs based on papers and hope for the best. Yeah, you can have a great papered up litter, but a man with a stock, he's looking at his litter a whole lot different than a breeder is, because a breeder is steady selling his shit.
That dog man ain't selling you shit. You lucky to get anything.
No.
I'd be scared to get a dog from a dog man.
Right, and for you to go in a dog man yard and get one up off that yard, you best believe you didn't pay some money for it. Shit.
Or you know him, or you something going on.
You believe that. If you got one up in his yard, you best believe you didn't pay for it. Yeah, you done got you one. You done got you one, because that's usually how it go.
Because we were lucky enough to get some good ones, though, man. I don't knock that part right there, because we've been lucky enough. The motherfuckers just handed you some good shit.
Look at Victor. Look at Stone City. Look at Hardcore. Look at STP. Look at REP. Look how they was doing that. Them dudes was able to breed their yard, breed their line, go through their line, still have match dogs, and still able to get to public good match dogs. What other people was winning with their shit. Now somebody give me one breeder off the top of your head, and that you can put out there and say, they was doing it as breeders, just like Stone City and them. Give me one right now. We ain't got to be looking all in, Googling it up and shit. Somebody just name me one right off the top of your head that could do that. Right off. I'll give you a second. It's not going to be there. And not carry a generation of greatness. It's not going to happen, gentlemen. See, that's the key. That's the key. That's the difference between the breeder and the dog man. The numbers are not going to be the same. When the dog man starts diminishing and you start having more people out here trying to be breeders, there's going to be more watered down trash. Because that's what happens to the line. Competition depletes. Now we have a lot of breeders and not a lot of competition. So a lot of the competition that's being sold through the litters of breeders, guess what the competition looking like coming out is all these dogs is coming down off of breeders. Now we got breeders being the competition and not dog men in stock anymore. We having breeders selling puppies, getting these dogs out there thinking these pedigrees gonna have these dogs looking all world. Because you know you treat a great dog a little, coming out with great little bit different than you do a dog man when he breeding his shit. He a little harsher on his shit. When you come from a breeder's yard, you being delicate with your shit. You being delicate with your shit. Because you don't want to mess it up. And a lot of guys get food with that. Oh, he's bred great. And you going basically on what he's bred, how he's bred. Yeah, he's looking real good. Now you done put him in shape. Now imagine the competition with all the great dog men who produces great product to stay busy has been depleted. So what do we have out here? We have a bunch of breeders and their offsprings out here doing shit.
Hey Mo, your boy Vinny came up one. He said Vinny Viganegro. I don't know who that is, but
see, that's my point. I said one that we would recognize, all of us. We all know SDP. We all know Southern Kennels. We all know Stone City. We all know Hardcore.
Insane Hunter Battle said, I heard of Champion Oreo.
Yeah, Champion Oreo, yeah. He got some going hard in him too. He come down from a line of dog men. Yeah, Champion Oreo got some going hard in him. It's a good one. 305. That's a game one. Ain't always about the killer, but hey, guess what? That just shows you there's a change in the genetics. He might have going hard in him, but he got some other shit too. Because not too many going hard dogs will go 3 hours and 5 minutes. We don't know if they ever gonna be that game because they never had to go that long. You know what I'm saying? But he was good enough, you know, so that means there's something else there. No, would you say that's because he was a going hard dog he had in him? No, I wouldn't. I would say he had some game ass shit in him. Along with some going hard shit, yeah.
But what about Psycho? Psycho was a good.
He was off of Dolly.
Right. So, you know.
He was also off of that Eli shit. So that Eli dog had Dolly, gameness in him. Remember that. That's still Victor is still a dog man. He bred Dolly to Champion Mikey. An Eli dog. Patrick and Eli work hand in hand. We've been seeing it all night, ain't we? We've seen the Patrick dogs cross back into the Eli dog.
And that's where Psycho comes from.
And that's where Psycho comes from. He looked like a Mayday dog, but he fought like an Eli dog. He bit like an Eli dog. But he had the gameness of a Patrick dog. You know what I'm saying? But that still was done by a dog man, not a breeder.
Hey, you gonna make it to that that female, because you know I was.
Well, that's why I'm supposed to. She's supposed to be on the screen now, right?
Oh,
That's the Peace Grand Champion Candy.
yeah, she was the one on the dog on the cover too, wasn't she?
No, that was. I'm gonna get to Yankee. Yeah, you talking about
Yeah.
man?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying.
Yeah, I'll go to her next. Yeah,
All right.
yeah, I can do her. But
Okay.
that was just a point that I was making right here, y'all. Another great cross. Another great cross, but that's still a breeder bringing back into his own shit. Only a breeder does that. Most of the time, he don't, you know, like I was saying, Ronnie Boyles, he gonna breed back into his shit. That's why they have the Boyles brand. Okay, you had the Boyles brand, and then you had the Boyles line. This is one right here, guys. Another tight little bad little female.
Which one you got up? Let me make sure I got the right one.
Grand Champion Yankee Boys, Mammy.
Okay, no, I don't see her.
Hold on, let me see. There you go. You should be seeing her now.
I see her now. Yes, sir. Hey, I want to give a big shout out to my man Cosmin Cal in the house. Cos, what up, fam? Cos said it's all POV. Dogmen and breeders go hand in hand.
Yes,
Matter of
sir.
fact, many dogmen are breeders also. We just different type of breeders though, Cos. Dogmen, we just breed.
Right. Remember, yes, they are breeders. You know what I'm saying, Cosmin Cal? I said they're breeders, but you hear me say breeders, and then you hear me say dogman. They both got to breed. They're both breeding dogs. So we take the breeder out and just give it for what it is. A breeder is a breeder, and a dog man is a man who breeds his dogs for stock. A breeder is a person who just breeds for the line. They'll do more paper breeding than they will, you know, dog breeding. In some cases, unless you're experienced dog man, like we talk about Floyd Boudreaux, and you couple of dogs like Maurice Carver taking Bully Son home. They don't mind taking home a quitter because they breeding their shit. You know, they preserving their shit. A dog man ain't gonna do that. A dog man breeds for stock that he wants to use on his yard. See, I'm gonna keep on saying that, reminding you of that, because they're both breeders. They're just classification. You have a breeder who breeds, and then you have a dog man who breeds for stock, not for blood. He breeds for stock. If it means him going into blood to get the stock he wants, he's going to breed that way, but he's going to use it. We carry more things to our factor of thinking. We'll go breed to a champion quicker than we go breed to a dog that just bred good or bred like mine.
Oh, yeah. And then we noticed in our last couple shows when he was having that conversation that most of the people that we was noticing as breeders, they were more keen to do a lot more inbreeding, like brother-sister breedings compared to dog men.
Mm-hmm. Right, because they're trying to lock it in what they get. Like Paul did. Look how they did. Paul did that shit with Tornado on the bottom end. And look, that was the brothers. How many generations of brother sister breeding did they do? 4? Brother sister took a puppy out of them, bred brother sister, took a puppy out of them, did brother sister, and came up with Hockum's stripper. The bottom side of Tornado. All that shit was inbreed all the way up, 4 down to 5 generations of brother sister breeding. Not coming out one time. People go back and look at that. That's what they call locking it in, locking a trade in. And so when they did all them outstuff, look, they came out there with Saloon, hot, look what they come out with. Bam. They're a stripper. You know, that was a key factor there. But if you look at the bottom of those dogs and look at what they was producing, Tornado wasn't the only thing they produced either. Right. You see what I'm saying? Tornado wasn't the only bitch. There was another 9-time winner out of that same line of dogs down at the bottom named Duchess. She was a 9-time winner up there in the PA area. But yeah, here go Yankee Boys. This was another badass dog, you know. And again, when we start talking about badass dog, that's Stu Fowler stuff. That's that Joey stuff. Black and white dog, yeah, I can probably where the Stu Fowler part came in and showed a big part in there. But the Yankee Boys had this little female. She was a tough little female. And see, this is some of that old school shit. But the reason why I clicked on the bottom, I just wanted to click on the bottom and take y'all back there and show you that there is definitely a formula here. You understanding what I'm saying? It didn't look like it from the front, but this is the bottom right here. There is definitely a formula. Let's move a little slow and close some of these windows here. Y'all see it? Tell me, y'all see it now, right? It's not, if you pay attention to these right here, as we went back, if you paying attention to all this right here, and you seeing all this going on right here, and then look, we still passing, we still got a breeder. We got new people still tapping in, steady tapping in. Oh, he ain't nothing but a damn breeder. Would you call him a dog man? Hell no. He's not doing no dog man shit. He's doing breeding shit. You see it? Top and bottom. That was just the bottom. That's just the bottom. Just the bottom. Let's go up here. We're going to still get the Heinzel. See it? We still going to get some of that. But what is this? This is what drew our attention. The fact that you got products. Stu Fowler. They're taking all that inbred stuff, knowing that the bullet stuff works very well with the Kobe shit. We all know that the bullet shit does work very well with the Kobe shit. You got a champion right there. You got Goofy down here at the bottom. Most likely look like an old family red because the Williams stuff is old family red dog. You know what I'm saying? As you can tell. Williams is a family old red line of dog, old fashioned, old red nose. But then you still, the key factor is not this here. Yeah, I give him this right here because look, they got Williams top and bottom. We're missing something here. And you know, and then you look, this is his own shit. So I would have to say he a dog man for damn sure. Cause this dog man bred his champion to a bitch on his yard that he ain't know nothing about. Didn't know nothing about. Oh, going like Red Penny, I'm pretty sure that same dude that had going like Barney probably liked that shit. Evidently it must have been something special. And he turned around and bred it to goddamn Stu Fowler, made a whole big ass difference. And that pedigree. And that's just the top. Remember where we started at. This is where we started at. Yankee Boy's Mammy, damn good dog. We know.
No, I heard she was a stone killer.
No, it was all Bolio. But look, it's old Gray with his lady Raquel, his shit. Look what he did. He took his bitch as a breeder, as all he could have been, all this empty shit. And he cleaned his whole yard up by going to breed a Bolio. I'm gonna take my bitch, I'm gonna go breed a Bolio. That's what he did as a breeder. Paper breeding, I would say he's a paper breeder. I would tell him he was a paper breeder because he sure didn't have nothing else to do but to breed to a real bulldog. And he got him grade black oak. He did. This is what he got out of his move. Moving forward. Black oak is the daddy to this badass grand champion bitch. Cleaned all this up. And he must have been a hell of a nice dog coming down off of it, being bred to Bolio for old Tater to even want to do it because we see he's a breeder and he's coming in with his Hanzo Kobe cross. He almost there. But he's following the trend already. This right here carrying him. He ain't doing it. He may be doing a little out crosses, but this tight here is helping. This tight here is helping up here. This shit here, these are basic throw-ins to help the breeding. You have to take this raggedy shit and get to some real shit. You got to take this shit here, the good shit, cross with this good shit, because that's exactly what it did. You got some punch behind it between Johnny and Stu Fowler. You can't deny that. You can't deny that. Old Tater here. Tater did it here, and then Tater did it here. A breeder, paper breeding, call it what you want. But what made him want to go to this dog here? Oh, we know. Same thing Gray did to get here. This dog had to be something for Gray to take his shit and breed the Bolio. Him as a breeder, all breeder, paper breeding. Yes, he is. Because he took this dog and bred to Bolio. Can't tell me he didn't get something out of that dog. Especially for Tater to want to take his shit and cross into this dog. To create such a great dog. You look at the breeders. It's the breeders that's doing it. Tater had to like this dog here. Gray had to know that his shit, if I'm going to take this shit here, because it's tight shit, unknown shit, it must have been something about this dog here for him to say, I'm going to pay my stud fee and go breed the Bolio. I mean, how can you go wrong? How can you go wrong? And how can this man right here go wrong? When he's got all this Hanzo Kobe shit and he's searching for a way out. Because when he took this female and crossed into this dog here, this dog got more match dogs than anything on his goddamn pedigree down here when he's breeding. Remember, Tater did this. He had to make that decision to go breed to this dog. Why? Because this dog got work in him. This dog here got work in him. Remember, we just came off of this dog. All this is tight bred, good shit. But it ain't no work here. Because we deal with breeders shit. Same here. Same guy that made this decision from here to here. Same guy that took this decision and went to here to here. There's something here that made him go there. And definitely going into a son off of Bolio. Nowhere in the world you can't look at them pedigrees and say, "Hey, look, I got to go with Gray." Because what Gray did, it worked when he took and bred his bitch to Bolio. And he probably having the same mindset. Yeah, I'm gonna take this shit and breed to that too. I'm following his lead, followed his lead, and came up with a bad one. That's how they work out. But that's how they work out.
Mo, based on what you've been saying and watching these females, and the breeder basically taking they females, and they, like you said, why did he take that dog to breed to Bolio? Well, he needed to bring some shit into it. But I noticed in that process, it wasn't that these breedings that we're looking at here, they didn't come with that bloodline, that ROM trait. You know what I'm saying? I'm missing that in these group of dogs that we're talking about right here.
Yeah. Well, because we're still talking about breeders and dog men. And that pedigree in itself, we're talking about more of a breeder decision. You didn't see no dog man breeding up in there. There's no dog man in that pedigree nowhere until it got to the Yankee boys. And while we were talking about the Yankee boys, remember we got Yankee boys taking Mammy to Kenny Allen's champion Butch. Now you got a dog man breeding to some match dogs or producer like Kenny Allen's Butch. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm. Is that who they took Mammy to?
Yeah.
Okay. Did it produce anything?
No, it didn't.
Okay.
No, it didn't.
Even with the great producing power of Bolio, couldn't do shit, could it?
Well, with the Bolio probably had produced Grand Champion Mammy. Mammy was a killer.
Yeah, true. Badass killer.
Where is the register of merit? Where is the register of merit in that? Where is the ROM trait to carry shit forward? There's nothing there to carry the trait. There was nothing ever in that line to kick the register of merit trait to move any of that shit forward. Remember, the dogs that we see that make register of merit has register of merit genetics in any long-lasting line of dogs. I'm still going to take you back to them top 5. Look at those top 5 dogs of all time when it comes to producing. And then you go over there and look at them 2 females, Honey Bunch and Awesome Baby. Look at that. That's the difference. Those dogs have genetic register of merit traits in them. It's a fact. Jeep, Yellow, Frisco, Grand Champion Buck, and Mayday. Them the top 5. And we can go and start adding Blackjack to the equation. So many others. We can start adding some of that Andre DeRoe to the equation. You know what I'm saying? We can add some of that Boyle to the equation. Every one of them line of dogs that's on that register of merit list is in the top 10. You go into their pedigrees, you're going to see register of merit traits. Register of merit trait. Where do most register of merit traits come from? It does not come from a breeder. It comes from a dog man. Go study. Study that shit. Listen to what I'm saying and then go and check and see for yourself. I'm talking about the top 5 where there's no question or no doubt. No question, no doubt that these dogs are great dogs. They've been there for many years. Go look at why they're great. And keep going down to the breeder. Who's the breeder guy with the females? Who's doing this? Gonna keep finding these damn ones doing this aren't breeders. They're dog men. They're the ones that go searching for the R-room traits. They're the ones that go searching for the match dogs because they're building yards based on what they're trying to use, like Victor, Stone City. Southern Kennels, Stone City Kennels, Hardcore Kennels, STP Kennels, Backstreet Cruise, Gameville, Going Hard, all dog men. All dog men with breeding dogs. All dog men that created their stock. And if there was any registered males coming out of any of that shit, it was coming out because the way they were breeding it. There was a difference between that breeder and that dog man. So if y'all can understand that, in today's time, be cautious based on how you want to breed your bitch. Be cautious on how you want to buy your puppies.
Hey, Mo.
Yes, sir.
I got 2 pedigrees for you right quick here.
Yeah. Let me write them down.
Just let me know when you're
I mean, all I need is a, hey, I'm going to ask because I pushes that. I just want to make sure my audience understands what I'm saying. So if y'all understand my concept of what I've been pushing, please give me a thumbs up. Let me know y'all feel me. I just need to know y'all feel what I'm saying because I definitely be stressing it. You know, especially in y'all time. If y'all can understand that pattern, y'all can make a lot of good breedings out of here, understanding that, know how to start separating them papers. You know, thank you, old man. Thank you, old man. I appreciate that. I need to know. At least I heard somebody hear me. Honey Badger, I'm looking for your thumbs up. You be saying some good shit. I know you understand. So I need to see your thumb up. Who else I need to see thumb up? Yeah, NB4, NB45. Come on now. Greater than. I know y'all understand.
Just tell me when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready, bro.
940834.
And 940
834.
834. Hey, Honey Badger, you got one up on the screen. Put it up for me, man.
I got it ready. Here's the next one.
Okay.
This one here is constant trauma kennels. He set up early, but I told him I would save it toward once you got that other 2 Manny out the way.
Got you. I never even make it. I didn't even make it to BB Red and you know the great ones. But I like staying on them right there.
Why you doing that? My man Vance. Vance said I never got a good dog from a breeder. Only got bad dogs from great dog men.
That's true. Because they're going to be the ones you get to lead. They're going to be the ones that got them, baby boy. They're going to be the ones that got them.
Yeah, and it's hard to get the best off their yard, too.
It is hard. But look at Windy City. Windy City was a great dog, man. But that's what made him a great breeder when he started breeding. That's why he had all them champions and registered mares on his yard. He used to be a dog man. And he bred his dogs like a dog man does. He didn't breed his dogs like a breeder. He bred his dogs like a dog man. Okay. We got one coming up. Armageddon, here she come.
I always said Windy City saved that beeline shit.
No, it wasn't Windy City to say that beeline shit because they never had that beeline shit.
Who was that? Wild Side?
Oh, Wild Side.
Okay, you know
Wild
I get them
Side,
mixed
yeah.
up, but I know
right. You know Calamity Jane and Cowboy. But I mean, you gotta look. They wasn't all trash because Cowboy wasn't really a champion, but he had the good blood in him. You can't blame the dog for what Beeline was doing, you know. But yes, Cowboy was suspect. His matches were just as suspect as goddamn Calamity Jane shit. When they took all them other titles from all that other fake shit, they should have took Calamity Jane and Cowboy shit too. Only reason they got to keep it because Carl Mims. Don't be for Carl Mims, they be out there they be on that rejected list too. Because they should have been on that rejected list. Yes, sir. Okay, here's one, Mike.
This is Constant Trauma. Constant Trauma Kennels.
Constant Trauma Kennels. Here you go, baby. That Armageddon Kennels, Miss Marble. Nice looking bull all there, old red nose. With them gold eyes. Old chocolate bitch. and see, when you look at this pedigree here, right off the back, I mean, right off the back, y'all should be twin and dug this shit in my head so damn deep. When I see Armageddon Kennels, first time I see a match dog, or I see Taurus, I see some color in here and shit. And I keep on saying Armageddon and Taurus, them is dog men. Tell me right off the back, y'all don't see dog man crosses in here. Not no breeding cross. You see dog man, Armageddon, dog man. Taurus and Armageddon, they dog man. You look at the dog. You see a pedigree. This is what I'm talking about when you got a dog man compared to a breeder. Even though you got all this black in here, look at all the goddamn same names, same kennels. My question is, if I was standing on their yard, seeing what they was doing, my question to them would be, so tell me, why is the fourth looking like it's looking and you're losing it by the time you got to the first? You know, that would be my question. Somewhere in here, I mean, at some point, hey, we changing. Because this here supposed to stay. It's too much. You look, you're losing everything. You're losing all the little special little pieces of your puzzle. Yeah, good bulldog, game loser. Got to keep him on deck. Game loser. Another game loser. We be starting to look like boys here in a minute. We start looking like Eli here in a minute with all these game ass losers. You know, you keep your match dogs up close. I mean, he's a game loser, so I can't take it away from him. At least he made it there. At least he was there to lose one. You know what I mean? Definitely there to lose one, but he started putting him still under the match dog category. You know, so I can't really sweat him for taking old Lula and breeding to this game down Gardo. You know, maybe they can put some ability in it. But you know, I'm looking at this female here. I'm gonna look at the date. She still got a chance to throw something. But if I got a female and I had this bitch right here, I'm gonna tell you how I would be dissecting this. I'd be trying to figure out what the hell they was doing when they was doing this shit back here. When they was producing this tank dog and Chango and this grand champion Dark Tiger. You know, I'm looking back here and trying to find out what's this shit. This is what I'm looking for. I'm looking to see what this shit was. Okay, I'm seeing some buck stuff in here. That West Penn. You know, that's buck stuff. See, now look at that pedigree. That's what you need to get his pedigree looking like right there. You need to get that female back up to looking like this shit right here, where you get some understanding of where it's coming from, where they're getting it at.
Now that don't look nothing like where we just left from.
No,
it's the same shit. But it's in that shit.
Exactly.
Look, fellas, the less that you keep, the less your pedigree look like this, the more you skeptical of fucking up a bloodline. Just being straight up honest. Because now you're guessing.
But the good thing about it, Tank. The good thing about it is Tank. You got Tank on the top and the bottom right there. You see that? That's the good thing. And then you got this game loser right here, coming off with 2 goddamn 5-time winners. You know, you supposed to get this towards Medusa bitch throwing some shit, because where it's coming from. For
but
those that don't,
it ain't carrying the ROM trait, so you still guessing at some point, right?
Yeah, because you got the double bred tank. See, that's why I went to tank.
Right.
I'm on
That's
tank
saving
now.
them.
Okay, this is the key. Tank. Bang out. Bang out. That's the key. Back into that buck shit. Buck. Grand champion buck. Yes, Ruckus, buck. See it?
Yeah. Dogman shit.
Oh, Fearless took his shit, his West Penn shit. His West Penn shit ain't got nothing to do but with the simple fact that he knew Little Buck. This West Penn's Little Buck came down off of Buckus. See that? So look at all the buckets we got. Look at all the buck we messing with. Daisy May registered mare. Torrington registered mare. Grand champion buck. St. Benedict's bomb. Double brand buck. You see what I'm saying? Twinkie. Oh, we're not done. We're not done. We already know what happened when you cross yellow and the buck. We already know what happens when we cross yellow and the buck. What they doing? Heavy yellow, deadlift, champion, registered merit. Come on. This guy knew what he was doing right here. He knew what he was doing. He knew what he had. What did he do? He took all his yellow and buck cross and threw that shit right back on the buck. Threw it right back on the buck. And what'd he get? What'd he get? What he supposed to get? That's what I'm talking about, gentlemen. This kind of shit. Supposed to stay within them boundaries right there. You get away from them boundaries, anything coming to that, it starts getting watered down. There's a formula right there. This guy makes that decision. He makes that decision. If it don't be for him making that decision, you wouldn't have him. You couldn't put anybody else there, no guarantees. Look like a good dog. Not a mad dog, but he definitely was a producer. But look how Tank is bred. This is what he was deciding on. Look what he was deciding on. Look at him. That's a Buckus dog. That look like they made that shit, right? Buck dogs are the same damn thing. Buck and Mayday is the same damn dogs. He put down the champion in 8 minutes. But damn, look how he bred. And for those that don't really understand, see this Toro stuff here, Jocko stuff. Daisy May. Jocko Red Boy Cross. Same shit you created yellow. Got Yellow John, registered married. Jocko. Cross with the Red Boy. We all know how that go. Even got a tab of that Groucho dog. That Groucho dog go back to some TNT and Zebo. But that's what you call a good cross. And this is another one here. Anderson, the crab stuff. You're going to go back here, you're going to find still going to be Carver dogs. There's still Carver dogs, still Patrick dogs. Patrick dog still goes back to Carver. Champion Tonka. All that Tombstone stuff. Not taking nothing away from Tombstone, y'all. But I'm just letting y'all know the Tonka to Red Baby is why the only reason we can sit there and holler Tombstone. All right? Tonka. Offspring. Not offspring. Siblings. Siblings. Tonka, Crash, and Snubby. And then there's Bony Macaroni. You'll find Bony Macaroni and Mayonnaise pedigree. But those are 3 dogs that made Tombstone registered mayor. Because when Tombstone became registered mayor back in the day, you only needed 3 champions to become a registered mayor. Everybody's so quick to throw the Tombstone name around, not taking nothing away from Tombstone. But let's take a closer look. Don't want everybody get fired up at Twin. Twin ain't going some bullshit. No, I'm going to show you some psychological shit to get y'all to understand something. First of all, we got Mahoney's 2. Mahoney's 2 still coming off the spike. Son of Dibo. Let's not forget that part right there on the top of the back that we coming down off of Carver's Black Widow. Dog that we will find in Bolio. Dog that has a lot to do with Bolio. Come on. So when you go holler Tombstone, Tombstone just as much of a Carver dog as Bolio. Here we go. Tombstone. Look what we sitting there looking at. Look what we looking at. While everybody want to be hollering Tombstone, Tombstone. Here you go. Outside of all the other dogs, the only ones we can go to is Tuffy and Hope. Nothing. There we go. That E. Crenshaw stuff. But look at Catfish. Where we going back to? Look at all the Diabo we looking at.
You know, it looked like we just seen the same pedigree earlier.
That's right. The E. Crenshaw stuff. Yeah. But when you start adding, you start adding little factors to it. What are you still seeing? You're still seeing matchdogs up in here. We're still dealing with descendants off of Diabo. That bug dog, double bred Diabo. They took that champion bitch and bred her to Tombstone. And then I will show you why she made all women. One, two, three. She got 2 she got 2 off of Tombstone. What again, is it a line breeding or outcross? It's a line breeding. Remember, Patrick goes back to Bolio. I mean, Carver, I'm sorry. Carver. Fowler's Black Bonnie. What do you see there?
A whole lot of Crenshaw.
Same old shit. Remember Reno? We were talking about Reno earlier. The Bullet stuff, the Kobe stuff.
Big shout out to my brother walking down Ram in the house. What up, fam?
You can tell he's not a breeder. You can tell he's not a breeder. Why I say that? Well, look how he's breeding. He definitely following E. Crenshaw mythology because he is the one that owned this bitch, and it must have been something special because we was dealing with Reno earlier when we was up here dealing with the first two champions that we were doing today. Remember the Reno dog, double bred Reno? See, same old line of dogs. Dogman breed. That's a dogman breed. Clearly, a dogman bred that. These are things that I like pointing out because, like I said, with every good, great dog, guess what? You're going to find a good pedigree. It's going to have some understanding to it. You're going to find there's a formula to it. And you'll be able to tell if it was a breeder who was breeding it or was it a dogman breeding it for stock. They all make a difference. Everybody throw Tombstone around like he was such a great producer. He had a whole lot of goddamn help. Red Baby was his biggest help. You see what I'm saying? When you go crossing back in the Diabo, hey, how can you go wrong? When you're going back into using some shit that's already working, how can you go wrong? You're dealing with dogs that's already working. Tombstone was bred to good bitches, period. I got 3 over there off of Red Baby. And he got 3 over here. And then on top of that, you got Bony Macaroni. You know what I'm saying? Coming down off of Tombstone. Still litter mates. The Crumbs Cremator, Tonka, Crash. You know what I'm saying? Still Red Baby, the Klaus shit. Louis Hope, that shit goes back to the Bullet shit. You see what I'm saying? All of it has a connection. All of it has a connection. You go back on where we was.
I think I had another pedigree for you.
Okay.
Give it to y'all, baby.
Hey guys, I hope y'all are really picking this up here, cause I know I'll be flashing through it, but when these is Tombstone's offspring. Remember that? One, registered mare, champion. 2, grand champion, coming off of a registered mare, coming off a champion bitch, registered mare, champion bitch. Come on. We're just going to add the math, do the math. 1, 2, 3. Coming off a Red Baby. How many times we done seen several dogs coming down off a Red Baby? Not just Tombstone. We got a couple dogs coming down off a Red Baby producing shit. And it wasn't just coming off a Tombstone. Red Baby was the key factor in that cross. Just the same as I can sit there and tell y'all, if it don't be for the perfect bitch on Tuffy and them, a match dog right here. This is where he gets the rest of his points from. So they sling that tombstone around like it was such a, no, hold on, cremator. We got to remember cremator came off a Red Baby. Bony macaroni and the Mayday stuff comes off of a Patrick Cross.
Hey, Mo.
Yes, sir.
You got big shout out to my man, Mr. Randy Fry, a.k.a. Mama in the house. He said, fam, neither Bolio nor Tombstone were carver dogs. They were both tutor dogs, studied at 7th generation pet where families are bred. Mama.
Okay. Got you, bro. Okay. Well, my point was right here. I'm going to go to Tombstone.
That's Diabo.
I mean, well, no, that's Tombstone pedigree.
Oh, okay. No, I was just saying that's the Diabo part.
That's the Diabo part in them. That's true. That's what I was talking about. You're going to find Spike and Black Widow. That's a carver dog. I mean, that's what I was talking about when I say carver, because of Black Widow. Both of them going back to Diabo. And that's Maloney's too. This is a key factor to me. I'm looking at the major factor. When I say that now, if I'm looking at the pedigree, I'm looking at the pedigree as I look at key factors. I look at Spike and I always look at Black Widow. I go down here to Bolio because it was a carver bred dog. I go to Bolio. Guess what I'm looking at? A carver bred dog. Bolio came down off a carver bred dog. That's what I mean. I'm looking at key factors. Like every time you see Black Shine, you're gonna see Black Shine, and she's in a lot of pedigrees. That's a carver dog. She flows up in a lot of pedigrees. That's why when I say carver dog, this is what I'm talking about. Which is true, big bro. I'm pointing it out. But still, Diabo's always been the factor. Because Diabo was the cross with Black Widow on top of some other ones. But yeah, Black Widow was the key factor in these dogs. Who bred it? Maurice Carver. Maurice Carver. That's my point. So when I go back to Carver, I'm always picking out key factors. Just like I say, when you talk about Carver here, I'm always talking about Fitzwater's Goldie showing up. Or you always hear me talking about what Red Baby and Klaus's Stabber showing up in Red Baby. I'm always picking out, these are dogs that I call factors in crosses. Factors that's familiar that you will see in a lot of great dogs. You'll find those certain particular dogs in those great dogs. That's why you always hear me saying Bolio goes back to Carver. Tombstones go back to Carver. Carver and Diabo. But, I mean, key factor, I'm playing on Black Widow. You find Black Widow in art dogs. You find Black Widow you find her in a lot of Eli dogs. Most dogs going back to Carver, you're going to find Black Widow in them. Dog worthy of talking about. Yeah, I go for key factors in crosses. Carver's Ironhead, key factor. We know who he is. Bolio, Goldie, Fitzwater's Goldie, Zeke. These are key factors. Why do I say that? Because it was Maurice Carver that bred the Zeke. It was Maurice Carver to bred to Spike. That's what I've been meaning by the Carver stuff. Maurice Carver. These are the breeder. The person and the key factor that I see in these lines. When I go through these lines and I put these dogs, don't you see me always going back to key factors that we find in other great dogs' pedigrees? And like I said, the only dog on the registered merit list that don't go back there is yellow. On the top 5, it's yellow. The only one. Frisco goes back there. Buck goes back there. Mayday go back there. Grand Champion Buck go back there. Only one that don't, the Chief goes back there. The only one that don't go back there is yellow. Go on the female side, Honey Bunch goes back there. Awesome Baby. She doesn't go back there. She's a yellow dog. That's what I be talking about. When I say Carver, and points like Klaus's Stabber and Red Baby. You're gonna find Red Baby over there in the Bulldogs. You're gonna find Red Baby over there in the Buck Dogs. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna find Red Baby down there in the Mayday Dogs. You know what I'm saying? And they're all gonna go back to Carver, and you're gonna see that Black Widow. You're gonna see Diabo, but you're gonna also see that Black Widow, and you're gonna also see Maurice Carver being the breeder. And those are key factor dogs to me that makes those pedigrees. The factors that keeps popping up in all great lines of dogs that's got a formula to their generational pedigree. And we're not talking about just any dog. We're talking about great dogs. And you already know I am not one to challenge my mentor because he's too big to be slapping me on the head at my age. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't trying. Big boy, you gotta be. I ain't even trying to get no agreement because you can break it down a lot further than me. I point out factors that you're gonna find Red Baby in any line they carry. She's gonna be a factor. You know, and I speak of her, and I'm always slinging around the Klaus's Stabber. He shows up in a lot of pedigrees, and I always call that a factor. I'm always looking for what was the factors to these pedigrees. What's the key? And what I base my key factors on is the relationship that I see in other great dogs in their breedings, and these dogs seem to be showing up. I didn't say they litter mates. I didn't say they have brothers. I said these particular dogs are showing up.
Big shout out to my man Talking to City. Kennels in the house. What up, fam?
And I hope I'm not moving so fast that y'all missing the point.
Yeah, I got another pedigree just in case.
Okay.
Big shout out to my man, Mr. Will Turner in the house. Welcome to the Shark Tank fam.
Okay, I'm ready, Mike.
336.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
How do the big brother let him know when he gonna come and sit with me?
Okay. Well,
He
you know,
this on that one.
Just to know he popped up. I know he be on the back street.
I know he be on the back street, and I love him getting back there, but he need to come up here and sit with me.
Yeah,
because he can go over that far a lot better than me. I am out of his league when it comes to that. He can go a little deeper than I can, fellas. A lot deeper than me. Him and Mr. Mayfield he knows Don Mayfield very well. He won Don Mayfield's protege, so he can go a whole lot better than me. And that's only based on what I see in a pedigree. He might get on here and show us all something different and something new or what he sees. Because remember, he's a producer of great dogs himself. So his input means a lot to me. Get me right.
Okay, you ready?
Yes, sir.
336-469. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Randy Fry, aka Mile. Just appreciate you out there on the back street, fam. The hotline still is active, so anytime you want to just give a buzz, holler. I think I still got you on speed dial, so I'll pick up the bat phone and hit you up because they miss you, fam.
We miss you
about you, but we miss you, man.
What you do? I hope I'm surprised you didn't call me and say, "Boy, I heard you out there. Got my name all up in that rap. What name? I'm just naming out great Kennels, bro. I'm just throwing out great Kennels. That's all."
Hey, that one right there was from Insane Honey Badger, Mo.
Here we got one. S&M Oreo. S&M's Oreo. Oh, this is a good one here. It's that Garner stuff. Now, I am not Richard Garcia. So anytime I see that rancherietta, he says it's so cool and shit. You know what I'm saying? He says it's so smooth. I don't want to beat it up. But this is a good cross right here. But, I mean, just looking at the pedigree before we even dive into it, tell me y'all don't see the formula. There's a formula there. Look how many times we see little Gator up in this cross. So I would say Gator is a factor. That's how I see things. I'm looking at what's the common factor in this pedigree? What's putting this pedigree together? What are they using? What is this guy here using to breed to this dog? Why did this guy here, coming off of this female here, why did he go breed to this dog? We see why. He's the one doing all the work. Now, I'm always pointing out the breeders. The breeders. Same guy. Look at the breedings he's making. I'm always pointing out the breeders. Look at this guy. Why did he do it? And then we go moving up further up. We're talking about now we got Golden Bulldogs doing it. Why the Golden Bulldogs do this? You see what I'm saying? Golden Bulldog down here at the bottom. Widow. Why did Widow do this? These are the things that I be pointing out. I'm always relating back. You see, I'm hardly ever putting it on the males. I'm always asking, why is the breeder going to these males? What is the mindset of that breeder when he made that breeding? What was he looking at? He's got to be looking at the dog to make him interested in the breeding. I'm sure of that. I've seen it too many times. There's a reason why a dogman breeder breeds a certain dog compared to a breeder breeding a certain dog. They can be breeding the same damn way, but I can guarantee you it's the dog man that's producing more champions than that damn breeder. Because I can guarantee you that dog man is going to be breeding his shit more to match dogs, more accustomed to breeding to match dogs compared to a breeder who would be breeding more closer to the line, 50-50s, out crosses, 3 ins, 1 out. A dog man, he gonna be looking for the same go-getter up, but he gonna be looking at it on a whole different level of match dogs, registered merit accolades, winning accolades, carrying down generational lines. A dog man is gonna go that route because he knows his percentages will be better if he goes this way. A breeder doesn't look for winning percentages. A dog man needs percentages when he want to have stock that he has to raise to play with.
Big shout out to Cut It Out. I'll see you, fam.
Now that's a hell of a good breeding right there. And the results show. and it's consistent. I mean, you can break some of these down. You can break some of these down and you can just look and just see it. You know what I mean? Look at that shit. When you look at these pedigrees, you can just see where they're going with it. Damn good breedings. I mean, it still has to do with him, the breeder. Now he took this dog right here. Good breeding, good cross. He took that dog right there to breed a dog like that right there. Look at that pedigree. Now you mean to tell me he didn't know what he was doing? You think he was paper reading or was he dog reading? He was dog manning. And that's just the top half. Look what he was bringing from the bottom. Look a little closer. Anytime you get to add an Arch Missy, you got to remember Arch Missy, Boomerang, are litter mates. They're litter mates. Let me go some of this tight bred Niggerino stuff. Do y'all look closer look into the Niggerino stuff? Still gonna take you back to the Bujo, the Eli stuff. It's gonna take you there every step of the way. Niggerino goes back to art. You got Niggerino in here, and then on top of that, you got Stompanato. Sasha, going back to the Eli dogs. You see what I'm saying? Way back here. And then let me go back up here to the old low posse stuff. For those that don't know about the low posse stuff, low posse's queen. I remember I told you this is Solo's litter mate. Solo was off of low posse's buster and low posse's queen. Look at all that Eli. Cross with the what? There go that rough house. Remember we were talking about that earlier, Mike?
Yeah. That rough
on Mamie. Yeah. Remember that was on Mamie. Yankee Boys Mamie. The bullet stuff. This whole bottom side was the same stuff that we had in Mamie. Now, whose pedigree was this? That was a good one.
That was the Insane Honey Badger.
Oreo. 2016. Did he throw anything? Let me see. 10 years later? Let's see. We got one. Another good.
Hey Mo.
Yeah.
My man Greater Dan said he spoke to P from Crunch Kennel. He salutes the channel.
Oh, tell him thank you, man. Big shout out to Crunch Kennel.
Glad to see he out there watching.
Mm-hmm. But you know why this Loretto, look how he bred. We know what this, you already know, we know what this is gonna take us. We've been this already, but look at the bottom. It's the formula is still there. And this is the bottom. You see all that T-Bud? Y'all already know how I feel about the T-Bud up in that shit. I be telling y'all, if I'm gonna have me a bulldog dog, give me one with some T-Bud up in there. The Mexican Eli dogs. That's why I call them T-Bud dogs. Again, I be feeling like that T-Bud came from Mexico. See what I'm saying, y'all? Good breedings. But even this pedigree here, coming down off that champion, look at the pedigree. Why we on a pedigree of a champion here now? That's this dog pedigree. Then we've been on the top and the bottom of it. The top and the bottom of it. Is that not a line breed? It's a line breed. What's the key factors up in that stuff, that Boudreaux stuff? Look at the dogs that they're using. You ain't nowhere in the world you're going to tell me this is a breeder doing this. This is a dog man doing this. See the difference? When you got dog man doing shit, you're going to see consistency. You're going to see these kind of things happen. They might have an all-black pedigree, then all of a sudden you see two champions. I can guarantee you that breeder, that dog man gonna put one of them bitches onto a champion. That dog man gonna put a bitch to one of them champions, or gonna have a champion bitch that's gonna breed into a real nice line, probably a line that's got some registered merit genetics in it, like this shit do. You know, they got a little bit of that shit in them, and this is why they're producing the dogs that they're getting. You would like better numbers. You know, all of them don't come in great numbers. That's why they end up getting watered down and fizzled out. You know what I'm saying?
And enough of the right people with them. Because, you know, like a bulldog, man, we stingy with that shit, Mo. You know that.
That's one of the reasons. That's definitely one of the reasons. Because they don't want anybody to have it. But the ones that do get it, that don't do nothing with it, they the ones that get out there and take the line, and you got a whole bunch of that shit out there. Ain't got no wins behind it, but you go back far enough, going that fourth generation, pedigree look good. It looks so damn good. It looks like it fits going from the first to the fourth to the third to the second to the first. It looks good based on what you're doing coming back from the fourth to the first. But if you're not using it as a dog man would use it, and using it as a breeder, yeah, it looks good on paper. But as I'm watching it, this shit is getting slowly watered down. Why do you say it's getting watered down? Because where's the work? It sure as hell don't look like the fourth generation. You sure as hell don't look like you were trying to bring the fourth up anywhere close to the first.
Say it again, Mo.
Point made. You know, I'm just keeping it real. You want to keep having these? This is the kind of thing, this is what they were doing to get these. I've been showing you from back in my time. And we're not talking about just any dog. We're using great dogs, and we're pulling these dogs from the audience tonight. And I'm pointing out the ones that's supposed to work and the ones that don't look like they worked. And why they worked. There's key factors to everything. You learn those key factors, you'll be a great breeder. If you're going to be a breeder, if you learn the key factors and take notes from the dog man and kind of incorporate, because a dog man is a breeder. What it says a dog man from a breeder, a dog man breeds for stock. Stock that he uses. A breeder breeds for blood. There's a difference.
Big shout out to my man, Big Dog. I see you, fam. Big shout out to my man, Frederick Hosbard. Where you been, baby?
Mr. Hosbard, good to hear him. I hear that name. Good to hear him. I'm going to always talk about Black Shine, though. I'm going to always talk about To The Spike. Them two dogs is real big factors in this game. Major factors. I had to go in here and show you my homies, too. Look at that shit. Them is litter mates. Them the champion Maloney's two litter mates. Okay? These are factors. These are factors. Key factor. I'm always talking shit about her. Always talking shit about her. One of the most important brood bitches of all time. She's just as important to me in this game as Red Baby and that Klaus Stabber shit. Always been a key factor. She just throws a lot of good dogs. I mean, even these dogs that you don't see, no wind behind them, none of that behind them. But you can best believe, like you'll see great dogs that go all the way back to Carver's Black Widow. Look at the great dogs they bred that bitch to. The bitch had to be worth something. Look who they breeding her to. You see what I'm saying? Them is not breeders. That's why I said Carver. Carver. Why I keep saying Carver dog? Because who's doing this shit? Maurice Carver. I'm always speaking on key factors that I see. If I'm going to look at a pedigree and I'm going to look at it, I'm trying to build for something. I'm looking for key factors, key pieces of why this shit is working. Okay, Mike, I'm coming back into the studio. I hope y'all, yeah, okay, that was a good one there, man. I liked it, that.
That was Insane Honey Badger.
Good one. You know?
I think they're catching on, though, Mo.
I'm trying to leave a pattern. If they can see the pattern that was done back in our time, you know, there's so much that I see that they lack due to lack of competition. You know what I'm saying? So all they're doing is literally building off of historical notes. That's what I call them. Historical notes, because when the competition falls off, then we don't have dogmen producing competitive dogs anymore. The numbers are not as big as they used to be. When you had a lot of great kennels breeding off their own yards, like Strictly Business, Dead Serious. You know, I hate keep on bringing up, you know, I'm gonna start using Missing Link. You know, Supernat. I know I'm gonna start slinging some yellow dogs in there. David Tank, Carl Cruz. You know what I'm saying? You know, these names that you hear, they play major factors in the historical history of great dogs. And if you just pay attention and learn how they did it and what they did and what's their mindset when they were doing it, because it all has to do with that guy who has that female. Freddie said, y'all been watching the twin series on Lockjaw? Look, I was literally, guys, he caught me off guard because I was literally talking to a friend on the phone and he had me on the air. Now, the second time, you know, I knew I was on the air. Okay. The first time I was on a regular conversation with my peoples. So, you know, I thought, hey, man, you know, next time, you know, I want to be on the air, not on the phone. But yeah, man, we have good talks with him. That's my dude there. I like what he's doing. You need to go check him out. That's right. It's called Lockjaw from Florida. That's the Lockjaw, Florida Lockjaw. He on some real good shit too. You know, he's in that now era where he's doing things, you know, that's it's interesting for guys who are not just into bulldogs, but you know, there's guys out here now creating like they, you know, like they did the bullies and shit like that. There's guys out here putting, you know, making crosses with pit bulls and Malinois and Corsos to pit bulls and shit like that. You know, they're testing the waters. You know, they over here with test tubes and shit, testing out some new shit. And it's very interesting. You know, one thing for damn sure, I've seen some in the guard world. The boy, I tell you what, they can come up with a whole damn new line of this shit when it comes to guard dogs. I don't know about how far gamers goes into the dog world, but I can tell you in the protection world, you know, that shit does work. You know, I've seen some damn good crosses. You know, I seen a Corso cross with a Malinois that had you scared as hell to run across one of them. I seen a Corso cross with a damn pit. I wouldn't even want to put a suit on with that damn dog. The way that dog was punching shit, it looked like that dog was biting through the suit. You know how you have
how boy was trying to come up out that suit. He said,
yeah, what you talking about? He didn't like that shit. That dog was getting in there hitting. He was pinching something the way he was acting, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was like trying to get out that mud, like the dog had bit through the suit.
I'm trying to tell you, them crosses they making with them, they interesting. You know, everybody's not in a fan of crossing breeds, but you know, you got some people that's doing that shit as a hobby. You know, I don't know what do you call them, but you know, band dogs, whatever it is they do, the definition they putting on them. But there's guys out here experimenting. I mean, at some point, if you're not doing anything illegal with them, and you're trying to do something positive with them, I don't see nothing wrong with testing the waters. Because again, if the competition numbers have fallen throughout the years, there's not really a lot of that you can build off of, like Maurice Carver and them. They had years of producing these dogs and had years of competition of people taking their dogs and stretching out their bloodlines, making these great breedings for competitive use for our time. You got a lot of dog men out there with these dogs, a lot of dog men that became great kennels off of those very same dogs that we're talking about. From the Boyles to the Jeep to the Red Boy cross with the Jocko, Red Boy cross with the Eli, Mayday cross with the Eli. I mean, they got them all. You know, it's just the breedings that were made by great dog men they had great competitive dogs. Not only were they competitive, a lot of them made ROM. And you can't become an all women unless you're competing. You got competing shit. And you got to understand what they were doing and how they were doing to separate the breeder from the dog man. And once you get that understanding, now go back in there and dive in and start looking around.
Right, because you're going, for me, I actually think that even you can learn a whole lot from a breeder. Because, I mean, I always go back to why, remember, me and you was there for the power breeding.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so for us to be young back then, and then to sit back and look at that now to see that day created the all-time female in the American Pit Bull Terrier dog game, a 10-time double grand champion female.
And then look at it like this: they did 4 generations breeding brother and sister, brother, sister, brother, sister, brother, sister.
Yeah.
They didn't stop doing what Paul did. Once Paul started, all he did, he took the hatchery dog and bred brother, sister. And then he turned around and did it again, brother, sister. Then they turned around and did it again, brother, sister. And came up with that stripper dog. You see what I'm saying? I mean, and then they followed his trend. They didn't cut it off. They followed and kept doing exactly what he was doing. Now you can't call that pure. Yes, you can call that pure when you done bred brothers and sisters down to 4 generations in a row.
You can't say it was messed up either, because look what
because you got Tornado out the deal.
Right.
Tornado's bottom side is based on them 4 brother sister breeding back to back to back to back. They're taking brothers and sisters, breeding them back. That was already coming off of brothers and sisters 4 times. They knew what they was doing when he sent them dogs up there to them. They did it. They kept on doing it. There had to be a reason why they kept on doing it. Paul did it twice. He got their hatchery shit, bred brother and sister. They was already coming off of brother sister breeding. Then did it 2 more times after that, and that's Tornado's bottom side.
Yeah, big time. Big shout out to my man, Dog Man, in the house. Said, Dog Man, appreciate you showing up in the Shark Tank, fam. Glad to have you. He said, Twin, do you know of any guys that cooked something up with a game dog and another breed back in the day? Way before my time, but Mayday looks like he was cooked up with the Mastiff type dog bred down. Well, I mean, I always looked at the Mayday stuff and just never understood where that used to come from when you still had Yellow and then you had Yellow John. I mean, if them damn dogs don't look alike, I'm trying to figure out where did you slip the Mastiff part in. And considering all the dogs that, we was around a lot of the dogs that Mayday produced, and then remember, we bred a daughter back into her father, and we never seen the Mastiff shit. So of all of them dogs that were bred, where did you ever see the Mastiffs show back up? Because
them big ass mouthy ass, what they looking at is they looking at them big ass gummy mouth, all that gum in their mouth. You know what I'm saying? And it makes their face look like Tulsa looking dogs, like Barracuda look. You know what I mean? That look. Look, Little Mayday had it. Buck Rogers had it.
Yeah, that beefy mouth.
Beefy ass mouth. That's what they're looking at.
But Yellow had it. I mean,
Yellow did have it. Yes, he did.
Look at him. You look at the pictures. You would think, come on now.
That's that beef. That's what they're looking at. Barracuda didn't look like, the older they get, yes, you can see, but that's because of that beefy mouth of theirs. You look at their pictures and you can tell when they open their mouth, look at all that gum they got in them side jaws. Why them dogs bit so damn hard? They had a lot of gum in their mouth. Brat had a lot of gum in her mouth. Little Mayday had a lot of gum in his mouth.
All of them did.
All of them had it.
All of them. Everything that came out
Little
of that.
Mayday, all of them had it. Ray, they didn't have no gummy mouth.
No. But they was biting hard. Red Ace didn't have that beefy mouth because she didn't come down from that. But damn, man, them dogs could bite. Now, where did it come from? It was the
came off Ace.
Right.
That mouth came off Ace. That style came off Ace. It was a strong enough genetic gene that was able to be passed on. And to me, I think the only reason it was passed on because you look in the second generation of Red Ace, she had all OMs. Townsy Spider, Zebo, Honey Bunch, and Bully Son. I mean, not Bully Son, but G's brother.
Charlie.
Still OM litter. Philly's Bo was a registered merit. Honey Bunch was a registered merit. You know what I'm saying? That was the key factor in those crosses. That I think that's where the RM came from, and that's why I think that Ace was able to pass those pieces of genetic strains down where it stuck in those going hard dogs as long as it did.
Hey Mo.
Yes, sir.
My man Vance, 305. He said they added matches to Barracuda, not a grand champion. I don't know if he knew. I mean, Vance, you down there in the 305, you ought to know better. Vance, you down in the 305 now. You ought
should know better.
Come on, man. Unless you're from the 305.
Right.
I'm just saying, you of all people, you're supposed to know better than that.
Barracuda had to go win 5 matches to become a grand champion. Barracuda was a 4-time winner and had to start all over. He was a 4-time winner. And he had to start all over because his first 4 wasn't recorded. That's why he got him down as a 9-time winner. Because he went on to win 5 registered recorded matches to become a grand champion.
I don't know how they would add knowing when I know damn well we've seen 3 of them.
Come on now. They added matches to Barracuda, not a grand champion. Vance, you 305, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Now, we've seen 3 of them.
Well, we've seen 3 of them for damn sure. You know?
Victor made the call when they got to 4.
Exactly. They were matching dogs and weren't recording. He wasn't the only one. He wasn't the only one. No, Peanut and Bam Bam, they was winning matches. They wasn't recording them. Victor said, okay, y'all want to record your matches? Then guess what? I'm not going to give up the papers. Everybody trying to get the papers, and he's sitting on them. Barracuda had to start all over to get his 5 wins. No. When they sold Barracuda had 5 recorded matches. If you look up Barracuda's record, because they're recorded, if it's in writing, guarantee you look on all 5 of Barracuda's matches, you're going to see he went in the good kennels. All 5. We're not talking about the 4 that didn't count. We're talking about the 5 that got recorded. See, Barracuda's a recorded 5-time winner, Vance. So you can always go and look up his grand championship, and you will find him recorded 5 times. That's what it takes to be a grand champion. And not one of them 4 are included in them 5. Not one. And you from the 305, boy, they might hear that shit and be mad at you, bro. And then on another note, if he was anything fake about Barracuda, he wouldn't be a registered merit. That's another fact. Let's take his match career out the goddamn equation, and let's talk about Barracuda and his production. The dog's a registered merit. Come on now. That sounds not being funny, but that sounds kind of green. And coming from a 305, baby boy, you need to know. You should know better. They right down there. Barracuda did all that shit right there from the 305. 9 times. And guarantee you, anybody would be ready to go off on your ass if you had been saying anything about the first 4 times. But they had him hooked in the, they said, I had him hooked in the Abbott and he didn't have that many wins. Well, y'all had him hooked in the Abbott and Super Kennels had Abbott. Unless you went Super Kennels, you know, and I do know Super Kennels, then y'all know. Y'all might have ran in the Barracuda win when he was doing the first 4. Because I can tell you now, Barracuda didn't have to run from nobody. You know what I mean? And I'll take nothing away from Super Kennels. But even they know that. Super Kennels could have had an opportunity to go to any Mayday dog that was out there running around. Any one of them. Any one of them. Okay? They down there in that area. Colored Brothers, Super Kennels, all of them. They was down there. The Mayday dogs, a lot of them dogs won they championships right down there in that 305. One thing about them Mayday dogs, I never seen one that had to duck anybody. You know? And even when you take their match career out, they had a hell of a breeding career. So, you know, not even the statement doesn't even match up to him as a dog, let alone a fighter. It don't even match up with him. Well, how do we explain if he wasn't all that? Then how do we explain the registered marriage shit? Did we just get at the Mayday? Fuck him being a grand champion, you know, and a registered marriage like his daddy, and it was like his daddy. And he's the only dog in the history of the dog game that's anywhere close to Liu Kang. Well, I can tell you, if they called it off because y'all hooked it at 53, you know, 53 was a good weight for him. You know, but again, Barracuda went 9 times. Right there in the 305, right down there with Super Kennels. If they didn't want Mayday, they had so many other Mayday dogs that they really thought the Mayday dogs weren't shit. They could have went into them, and I don't believe Super Kennels was really scared of anybody. As a matter of fact, they bought Abbott. I know that for a fact. Well, a lot of us, they say that, okay? But I can also tell you this. How can we complain about a dog that went 9 times? Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I knew then y'all had him before Super Kennels did. Then there was no reason why y'all couldn't have got him. Y'all could have picked up anybody else. Y'all could have picked up a couple of them dogs. You didn't have to just target him because Abbott, he was a good dog, but who did he beat? I mean, I'm following him too. I know who he is. I was following Abbott. Barracuda went in the champion for over there at Crossroads, Fatty, and destroyed him. I would have been betting against Abbott going into Barracuda. I would have bet against him. I would have, and believe me, I think Abbott was a good dog. But, you know, again, it didn't happen. But the dog got enough behind him, you know, that I don't think, you know, I don't see no reason why they would have been worried about Abbott. And I know I knew Abbott got sold to Super Kennels. If y'all had Abbott, you know, why did y'all sell him to Super Kennels? Because he was definitely good. He was definitely a good dog, but Barracuda went too many different places around the country and won. That I know. Because I jumped on that bandwagon. Well, they probably called it. They probably called it off. That shit happens. Sometimes we call it off and keep it moving.
Hey, didn't Super Kennels buy Luke Kane?
No, STP.
STP bought Luke Kane.
Yeah. Luke Kane was right down there in the 305 before he got sold. Look, they had Barracuda and Maymay on the yard. All them bitches over there, they had Barracuda and Maymay on the yard back then. Before No Name sold him the Sony to the Latinos. Ulysses wasn't scared of nobody to put Barracuda on shit. That's for damn sure. I ain't never seen him, not one. And Ulysses and Mr. Lincoln and the Latin Connection, they ain't scared. Who are they scared of? There ain't nobody out there for them to be scared of. Super Kennels was a badass kennel, but Super Kennels wouldn't be a great kennel if everybody was so scared of him. You know, that we didn't live in that type of world, fam. It just didn't go down like that. A lot of people can say that Jigga was trying to go in the destroyer and he couldn't get destroyed. Does that mean they were scared of Jigga? You know, there wasn't no panties running around where anybody really needed to be scared. Sometimes there's reasons why people they get things set up and they don't come through. You know, but you don't stop your career based on somebody and not being able to get one off. If you wanted bad enough, you would make it happen. You know? And did he win? Did you call him out after he won the ninth one? After he won his ninth match? After he won his ninth match? Kind of late in the game. The dog had to start all over and go win 5 more. That says a lot. Abbott was definitely a grand champion, if I'm correct. And he was bred good. I liked it, Abbott. You know, and if one thing is to call it up, did he pay a forfeit? Was it ever locked up? Maybe they couldn't get their timing together. You know what I'm saying? Is that the 2 or 3 before we start recording? I'm just trying to find out because, you know, he did start over. No, I seen him up in Tennessee beat a good one. Yes, he did. He beat a good one up in Tennessee. Everybody else, he handled with no problem. But the one he handled in Tennessee, it took him a minute to do what he had to do. But I'm going to tell you this. I've never seen Barracuda in trouble. Never.
He didn't have no problems with the crossroad either.
Nope. I said I never seen Barracuda in trouble. As a matter of fact, I never seen Twisted in trouble. I never seen Luke Kane in trouble. I never seen Maymay in trouble. I never seen Brat in trouble. I never seen Lil Mayday in trouble. And that's just a few of the Mayday dogs that I'm speaking on. I never seen Chanel in trouble. She had a rough one, but she was never in trouble.
Big shout out to the dog, man, coming in showing love with a 5-piece. He said, I recently seen some small, fast-paced hounds on a hog. I have gone small dog crazy. Y'all know of any kennels blood known for small hounds under 35?
These days, you can find them. That's damn near like the average weight these days, fam. If you're talking about small dogs, I've seen, you know, the small dogs, they like running 36, the weight start dropping. You know, towards the time I was coming out of the game, 36 was a major weight. 42 was about the top as you can get. You know, 42, 43 were common weights. 36, 37, 35 were common weights. 31, 32, 33 were common weights. You know, the weights of the big dogs, they were still around But everybody think Mayday threw these big, gigantuous dogs, but the only ones that I can remember was Barracuda being the biggest out of all of them, and Hunch. That's only 2 dogs out of the 26 champions that he got that were big dogs. Yes, Mayday has 26 champions, total 26 points. When you add those grand champions to the equation, and there wasn't but 2 grand champions, Hunch and Barracuda, Hunch, Barracuda, and Lucane. 3 grand champions.
No. Well, yeah, you're right.
Yep, 3 out of 26. And you take 3 of those points off, that makes 23 champions. Because each one of them grand champions picked up a point, because Mayday has a total of 26 points. That means 23 of those points, basically came from, 23 dogs. 23 champions off of Mayday. Well, closer to 30. Anytime you get around 30 and 29 and 28, you down there with those small dogs. 30 is a real small one. I've seen 31s, I've seen 32s and 33s, but I've seen them little 29 and even 28.
Pressure and Piranha, they was them weights.
Yeah, Pressure and Piranha with them. Them was fast-paced dogs, though. Them dogs move 100 miles an hour. 100 miles an hour. If they ain't biting, they'll be there all night. Most of them that I saw that were good were small, fast, strong, rough as hell, and could bite. Didn't go long. Them kind I like. Most of them that damn small, them 31s and 30 pounders, they were killers. They were killers. They the matches really didn't go that long. I see a number here.
See, this is what we get for talking about dogs and these pedigrees on Friday. Because we
get caught up on all in the middle of the night. It's going on 2 o'clock. This is gonna be my last one. I'm gonna pull up here for y'all. But yeah, good talk though. Good conversation. I didn't get a chance to go through all the great ones. I didn't get to VB Red, none of them. We get stuck on that. And then tonight we was on Eli dogs. We wasn't talking about Mayday dogs and all that stuff. We was on some good dogs.
You got the number already, Mo?
Yep, Daily Bread, Kizzy. Daily Bread, Kennels, Mosey. Another great cross right there. I like that breed.
You put it up already? I can't see.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, let me go ahead and take care of that. Yeah, y'all gonna like this breed. Daily Bread, Kennels, Mosey. He's a male. Again, we look at this breeder down here at the bottom. We've been here tonight. We already know about the West Penn dogs, right? We know that's Bucket stuff. That's Buck stuff. Red Ties Crash, another good one. He lost in a long match. I think it was like 4 hours, 15 minutes on a pickup. But good cross there. That's Mayday Buck right there. That's Mayday the Blondie. Cross with 357. Macho Buck stuff. No, that's just a good Mayday cross. That Tans Dudley is another good breeding. But you see, the thing about it is, we start here, double bred buckets with the Mayday in there, right? And then we turn into the breeder here, mild cancer. We know mild cancer breeder. No doubt, mild cancer breeder. Mild cancer made a decision, which was a good one. He took his razor dog and bred into a goddamn razor blog. You see what I'm saying? Same cross. And then made it even sweeter. Old benchmark with Rosie, he made a good decision. He must have liked this stuff here. What was he going after? 2-time winner. Great. Got a 2-time winner mama. Got Corota. No, that's a good cross in itself. Things that they was doing with them dogs over in Mexico, what I give them credit for, a lot of credit is they did a lot of match dog breeding. Somebody was to say, well, what was the common factor in there that made that Corota dog twin? Well, one, you got enough Mayday in there, to me, that really stood out. And I like the fact that these guys right here are using working dogs. See, this is a working dog move right here. And anytime you're dealing with a working dog breeding, you know, you're breeding good dogs to good dogs. Akars Taka, one-time game loser. Hey, Victor made the decision to make that move right there, so it had to be something that he liked. You know, he's already over there in Ecuador. He's seeing something that we can't see over here where we at. So evidently it worked because it was Victor who created this black ass Mayday dog. Can I call him Mayday altogether? No, I can't call him all Mayday, but that's a Mayday dog, double bred for damn sure. Right here. You know what I mean? Can't say much for what this is here. Oh, I see some Luther in there. Grand Champion Luther. Yankee boys. Knowing these guys going back to that old stuff back in here, I know I'm gonna see it.
There go Buster and Hank.
Okay. There go that Lloyd Gator. That's Bolio. I mean Carver, not Bolio, but Carver. Boomerang. Again, this is why I be saying Carver. See the Fitzwaters Goldies in there. They go to the Spike. You know we're gonna see Black Widow down in there somewhere. This is why I say it all goes back to Carver. Don't forget, these two are litter mates. Boomerang Archmissy. Archmissy Snooty's mama. See, these dogs are just, you know, when you look, I always look for key factors. I try to look around everything else that doesn't look like a factor to me. I look at it like, here, I got a breeder here that doesn't have what he need, but when he breeds to this great dog here, he getting what he need. You know, that's why you got so many of these bitches just unrecognizable until they breed to a great dog. And credit goes to the breeder for being smart enough to do it. Like Benchmark. Could the dog produce? Let's see.
I think it's still too early to tell.
Yeah, it look like it. All depends. Let me see how old.
Not really.
Not really. But the Corona dog, you have to understand. You know, when you look at this breeding here, there's a factor to this breeding here. That there's not this breeding here right here. This whole breeding is a good factor. Right here. Right here. This right here. When you go look at the Corona stuff, guys, y'all got to look at it and see what made him a registered mare to analyze his pedigree. No, he's double made it, yes. And he's got a lot of what I call Mexican match dogs in him. But let's see what made him an all-M. Got a bunch of pages. So they were definitely breeding him a lot. This was a good dog right here. Sporting Dog Journal Dog of the Year 2015. And this would have to be an international sporting dog champion. He beat a Black Rock, he's definitely the truth. Grand champion Osiris is a POR with 26 points. He produced champion Mega, 3-time winner, 1-time loser, game loser. Champion Kiko, a 4-time winner. Champion CR7, 4-time winner, 1-time loser. Champion Cyrus Jr., 3-time winner. Draga, 2-time winner, 1-time game loser. Lena, 2-time winner. Red Jumbo, 1-time winner. Little Iris, 1-time winner, 1-time game loser. Mickey the Knife, 2-time winner. Katala, 1-time winner. Patchy. Huh? Gutter. Okay, Gutter. Yeah, thank you. 1-time winner. Patchy, 1-time winner. Cuquado, 1-time winner. And Horace, 1-time winner. Let's look at the pedigree. Now, we already know that the top half is double Mayday. All right. One-time winner, registered merit, right here. Now, just imagine how much Mayday this dog got in him. Mayday. Heavy yellow Patrick Cross. And that was just me punching on him down here. More Bolio. Crossing with some China, man. Still Bolio. Still Bolio. Top. More Mayday. Then we got the Dudley, heavy yellow. Heavy yellow cross with the double Mayday. Match dogs. But you can guarantee it's a lot of it it's literally, it's to me, still I would call it a breeder's move. I call it a breeder's move. Because me, I would have been taking Queenie to a champion, not just because the dog was off of Mayday, double bred Mayday. See, they were trying to get some Mayday in their life. That's why they went. That's why Victor went did this, because Victor is no longer a dog man breeding for. Hey, stop. Lay down before I put you in another cage. You know, Victor, he just trying to put some Mayday on top of all that yellow. Hey, mommy, chill.
Hey, big shout out to Electric Divas in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Babaloo Perez. Babaloo Perez, what up, fam? Been a long time, fam. Where you been?
Yeah, that was a good, you know, Victor was going for the Mayday cross, but you got to remember, Victor, once he got over there in Ecuador, Victor was no longer breeding for stock. You know, he was, now we can call Victor was a breeder, right? Victor was only a breeder long enough to be, he was a dog man when he made Mayday and Choice and Dragon Lady champions. And when he started breeding Mayday, he was breeding Mayday like he was breeding like a dog man. But once he started breeding like a breeder, you didn't see that massive run that he had before he went to Ecuador, still pumping out dogs like Mayday was pumping out dogs here in the United States. Because we're dealing with two different Victors. We got Victor, the dog man breeder, and then we got Victor, the breeder. Victor became the breeder once he got over there in Ecuador. Because again, I'm going to tell you, he didn't pump out as many goddamn great dogs that he was pumping out when Mayday was here in the United States. A lot of those dogs that he produced were right here in the United States that made him such a high ranking in that register of merit. Okay, Mike. Your show, baby.
Hey, man. Appreciate everybody. Now, Insane. You know I ain't going to let you hold me hit a 3, baby. I've been putting you in there, baby, but I can't let you hold me hit a 3. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank. For y'all that's still out there left, show some love. Give yourself some damn love because you're still here. Give yourself some damn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now give yourself some damn roses. Roses. You need them damn roses. Show yourself some love.
Yeah,
big time. Show yourself some love. Again, appreciate everybody showing up, showing out. That's right, fellas. That's right. Show yourself some love. This one here is not for us. This one here is for you. Because y'all made this a very interesting, Mo has things planned, but you know how he not gonna let his people down. He gonna get out there and he gonna put it up there. And big shout out to all the people who put up them pairs, because you know what? They wasn't off topic type shit. It's different when you jump on something and you got to sit up there and you critique it and you be like, okay, you know, one of the moments. But when you get a chance to critique something that has a lot to do with the conversation, it makes it so much easier to be able to explain and let other people see what we see when we look at it for the first time. Some things is just self-explanatory, fellas. All you got to do is do your best to understand it. Once you understand it and apply it to your own yard, then you will understand that, you know what, maybe you don't own this something. And that's what we be really trying to get the point across. It's not, we live in a different time now, okay, gentlemen? Please understand that. We can only take y'all back here and talk about the things that was going on in our time and what majority of the people was doing. We wouldn't be able to talk about them if they wasn't worth shit. That's first point to be proven. Now, the future going to look a whole lot different. Pedigrees and everything going to look like different. Names, dog, everything going to change. But where does the reality come back to? Reality is less the competition, less the quality of the dogs. Okay. And that's not no spitting no shame on the game. That's just the facts. You know, wait until y'all start hitting them walls and them treadmills and them confirmation shows. You know, and again, that's not putting nobody down on whatever you do with these dogs. I'm just saying we in a different time in a different world, and it's easy to get over on a lot of shit nowadays because there's no standard to nothing unless you're just going to get out there and jump in some of these confirmation shows and ADBA shows. And I think if enough people start doing that, you know, I think you're going to have a better insight and a better look at the quality of the dogs that it takes to be able to be competitive even in that sport. Because you'll be breeding for different type of purposes.
Right.
Your look, you're going to be breeding for that look. You're going to be breeding for that trait, that thing that makes you superior to the other dogs based on the competition that you're applying to whatever you're doing when it comes down to putting in the work. You know, so we're not here to bash what the now look like. The now gonna be just like everything it was before the now. They're gonna take care of their damn self. Always have and always will.
Yeah.
But this game ain't meant for everybody, and everybody ain't meant for this game. So considering we still try to play within the lines of the rules, because we ain't trying to break no rules. We're not trying to tell y'all how to break rules. What we're trying to tell y'all is how to continuously create great dogs. And great dogs is only going to be great dogs when they working dogs and they're worthy to talk about. And I'm going to leave that right there. Big shout out to my man who always come through in the Insane Honey Badger. My man Frederick. My man MB12 Fire. These dudes, they always going to come by and show love, and it's always going to be appreciated and well respected. You know, fellas, you know, if you don't get anything out of some of the things that we talk about, and these aren't repetitive conversations. When you got great dogs, it's easy to find great dogs simply because they was out there. We didn't know everybody. That's why we have a Shark Tank. We have a Backstreet. We have people who can bring things to the table and make these things open to the public where you can don't just take what people say, just take these things and look at them for yourself. And if we can give you any kind of direction, just follow the directions that we was following. Because it all comes out in the end. What's your greatest goal in having these dogs? I hope it's not to sell a lot of puppies, because you're going to have a whole lot of mad customers if you ain't got the right type of shit that you're selling people. And we see that now. I mean, my thing is, put in the work, man. You don't have to talk about it. It's just put in the work and as like always, you know, these dogs have always been known to speak for themselves. Because at some point along the way, even if somebody didn't remember, we know a whole lot of things that should have happened back in the day that just didn't happen. But that didn't mean that anybody was scared of anybody. You know, I mean, leave it like it is. You know, Pandy was a 4-time winner. Can you say people were scared of her? I would, but I wouldn't hate on them because that's one fear that I wouldn't mind having. Because I'm not, I don't have nothing to be just giving away trying to prove a point just to say I went into her just to see my shit get crushed. No, ain't nobody that stupid. And for the ones who did it, they made it possible for everybody else to save their money. Don't hate on that type of shit. You know, we don't know what would have happened between Tyrone and Charlie. I'm not gonna sit there and say, you know, Bakari was scared and all that kind of shit. No. There are times and things that just happen. I would have loved to see Angus go in the damn Jeep. A lot of people would have wished to see that. It just didn't happen after 2 times of trying. It still just never happened. And it wasn't the fact that, to me, I believe Angus would have beat the shit out of Jeep. That's just my personal opinion. I don't think Angus would have been there no damn 4 hours. So that's just an opinion. That's not putting it, you know, taking shots at nobody. That's just me looking at the dogs for who they were in that time period and just take it for what it was, you know. My opinion wouldn't have meant shit if they had just went on there and got a chance to get them both in the box. We would have known by fact. My opinion wouldn't have mattered at that point. Then I'd have been able to tell you, goddamn, Angus whooped his ass and tell you how fast he did it. But then it didn't happen. It's still an opinion. So don't get in the, you know, the dog game habits, you know, because them things right there, most of the time, you know when somebody was scared. I think Lionhead was scared to go. You know, for me, and that's my personal opinion, I think Lionhead was one of the top dogs out there when Satan was on the circuit. They knew Satan had no problems traveling, and Satan's career should have ended with going into the Great Lionhead. That's the way his career should have ended. Now, I'm not the one going to sit here and tell you that Lionhead was scared. I'm just going to tell you, I was running around with BLB, and that was the next thing on the ticket, and it just never happened. It wasn't like my boy wasn't trying, you know. But I'm not going to spit no game and say that's going to make Lionhead take anything less from who he was as a bulldog. You know what I mean? These are things that just didn't happen. So we can always have our opinions. But that's where you take away from this learning process. Opinions don't matter when you start making shit fact. And this game just wasn't built on opinions. This game was built on facts. And every time you climbed over that damn wall and that man said, release your dog, before that night was over, you were going to see the fact of the matter is. The truth of the matter is. And that's what has always and should always be the main point in this motherfucking American Pit Bull Terrier community. What you gonna be? You gonna be a dog man? You're gonna be a breeder. You can't lose either way, but try to be the best and understand why you choose to be who you are. And if you're as good as you say you are, show us. Don't talk about it, be about it. You shouldn't have to say shit. You know what I mean? Let their record speak for itself. I'm going to hit this out here right quick. My man Insane Hunter Badger said, remember, kids, nothing is real on this internet. You can be whoever you want to be, and these conversations represent the past situations and speculations on what could be. I really appreciate that, Honey Badger. I really do appreciate that because you just really helped me get that thing across. Don't do what we do. Don't do what we did. We talk about a different time. We're on the bus. So, of course, our opinions is going to be a little different than everybody else's.
Hey, Honey Badger, I couldn't have said it no better, buddy. That was a good one.
Vance, I'm giving you this one, baby. You said, do Barracuda's match reports like you did, Macho Buck, bet he not a grand champion. First of all, Vance, we're not going to be talking about Barracuda being a grand champion. That's been thrown out the window. And you from the 305, and I'm pretty sure if you down in the 305, there's a lot of them guys that still living. You know what I'm saying? And we knew a lot of them guys personally. And if you're down there, you should be able to reach out and touch somebody. And I just want to see how that conversation turns out by you, because really we ain't the ones you really want to have that conversation with, because we just kind of ran with them. You know what I'm saying? We all did dogs together at some point. That's why we were able to see a lot of these great dogs. Kind of remember, we kind of knew Angel, Missing Link, Angel, Deep South. Don't let the list get too crazy. Just give you an idea. We ain't talking just to be talking, bro. You know what I'm saying? We don't really have to ask or look at too much of anything, even when it comes down to the Macho Buck shit. You know, if it don't be for 357 doing what they do, it wouldn't have never been the damn Macho Buck anyway, because they really wasn't no damn breeders their damn self. Hell, I always felt like we should have got a goddamn breeding from 357. Long before they did that Macho Buck shit. You know, we had him on this show, and he pretty much told us, well, damn, twin, they didn't take us serious. And then when they decided to do it, because it was right there, they got it done. The man who had the damn 357 dog, there's a video. We have a video. We did an interview with him. They'll tell you exactly how that come to pass. But again, you got to be able to get in the mind of the people who were doing the dogs. Forget what people tell you. Shit, go right to the horse's mouth. Why would I worry about what Macho Buck did?
But he's saying that Macho Buck didn't fight the caliber of dogs that.
Well, you said, but I could have sworn to God we had that same conversation when we was on here with Super Kennels too, didn't we?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not like we got to sit here and make up shit, because the man was right here on the show. It came out of his own damn mouth how he felt about the way we felt about that shit. Right? So that's where those are things that, you know, we don't sit here and make that shit up. You know, just go back and catch the video and listen to how they felt about it.
Barracuda beat Fatty. Fatty was a champion. He got that. He definitely fulfilled all requirements that the journal required to be a grand champion.
And for that dog that you had, Supernat's hand, you know, up in Tennessee, you had Supernat had his hands on that dog, and Triple M and them had their hands on that dog. The winning the Barracuda.
Went into him.
Exactly. Now you was there like I was there, and you seen what I seen, and we were trying to tell them, our homeboys that came down to see it, hey man, they betting with Triple M. I said, man, don't do that, man. We was coming up from Florida, and we was telling our own homeboys up north, hey, this is where we hooking up, we running each other, and we letting them know, man, y'all finna deal with a monster.
Him and Twisted,
both of them was on the same card that night, bro. Them boys didn't know what they was fixing to run into that night. But in the end, yeah, they did. Because it wasn't supposed to look so easy. Not with the kind of dogs they thought they bought. So that's from Pitside, bro. That's from real dog, man. I mean, I'm just sitting here telling you. Didn't nobody cross some walls thinking that they was going to lose. But things happen the way they happen. But one damn thing for sure, and definitely for certain, we have the facts. And the facts is they got their ass whooped. And they got their ass whooped pretty quickly and decently, right? With no problems.
Nope.
So if you do your history checking, you can see, but the majority of the damn Mayday dogs back in that early part, that's just pretty much the way they did shit. And that's not taking nothing away from none of the kennels, but you got to respect the dog and the man with the dog. Down with everybody else say. Let's get back to the facts of the matter.
That's the fact.
That's a fact, bruh. But good reaching out, fam. Good reaching out. Big shout out to my man Game Dog University. I see you, fam. Hey, y'all don't forget to hit that like button, man. You know, Frederick, you know, we've been around the game, and I know you've been around just as long as we have. We already know about rumors. But fellas, we 65 years old. We've been doing this since we turned 21 years old. We have had one of the greatest rides in this community for us that we can speak on because we came into this dumb and young. But we had ambition. This is something that we don't want y'all to look at us as better than anything out there. We want y'all to look at us like, look, fellas, when we got into this, we was green as hell, but we wanted to be like these certain people. We're going to do this. We're going to do this like them. And if it was possible for us, and then it was possible for other people to take our shit and do what they were able to do. And it was don't be for our proteges to be able to pick up what we left off doing and do the things that they were able to do. We really wouldn't have nothing to sit here and talk about. And that's just for real. So regardless of all the rumors and anything else and what people think or say, at least we can honestly sit here and pull up Going Hard Dogs and really have something to talk about, just like we can do with Stone City. You know what I'm saying? Hardcore, Mid-Link. Oh my gosh. Let me get my jams to going. Let me give you a quick history lesson. Y'all don't run nowhere too quick. Let me just end this right here. Stick around for the last part of the show, fellas, because the storyline's gonna be in there. You know, I'm trying to make it possible where y'all can go ahead and download these MP4s and have them to ride with, get a little history lesson. But regardless of what you do, how you do it, you better have it in your blood, you better have it in your heart, and the show of hell better be in the dog. You better always, and I mean, you better always learn to have that simple trait that matters, because we always, I mean, damn it, we always scratch the
win.
Man, you can't get no bigger and better than that. Yes, sir. Hey, Mo.
What's up?
I'm going to just go ahead and hit him in the head like this, baby.
Yeah. Better know my head, but I don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them people. See the proof and how to give from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it. Be about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them people. See the proof and how to give from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it. Be about it. Most wanted Kennels in the spotlight, danger alert, come with the name. Super Kennels competition, all built for the fame. Work Kennels was the work and work, while Cherokee kept the game strong. Evolution built a bloodline, where the heart come from. These dogs ain't hype, they the truth in the pit. Every pedigree stamp, when them paws hit the street. Ain't no fairy tales, just that real y'all grit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the pit bull script. Shout the brothers with the backbone thick. Veer brothers, color brothers, Bishop brothers legit. They don't talk about it, they be about it every day. Put the work in and y'all let the results say. Them boys on the rise, yeah, the circle stay tight. Plow boys, wall boys, Havana boys in the fight. Different flags, same grind, same fire, same spit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the litmus test.
Legs in the doom, behind set tone. Loctite, locked in, carved in stone. Church boys hold it with the pit bull gauge. Fruit colors on man, Sean B in the maze. Arsenal gang deal, but your knife stay sharp. Only in America, walk them down, ram in the dark. GHK and metal, high dog, pound by hard. When they hit, praise to the men who rock this shit.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Yeah, they live it.
Fat boy the legend, Lil Buster, real strong, southern bulldog, keep the bloodline long. Latin force pressure, sniper don't miss. Shaded day, shaded with a killer instinct. Twist, super night power, unit whole rank. Boot camp, click hitting like the Sherman tank. Little fine with the vision. Tennessee dog pound, got their eyes on the pit. All legendary, really the shit. Don't talk about it, be about it.
Yeah, they built it brick by brick.
Talk about it, yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it, yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it, don't talk about it, be about it. Don't talk about it. That's the yard law, from the pups to the legends. Everybody stand tall. Every name on this track got a story that's lit. Don't talk about it, be about it.
Every name on this track got a story that's lit.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Call this some legendary pit bullshit. Pit bullshit. Pit bullshit. Pit bullshit. Pit bullshit. Pit bullshit.
Yeah. It's MOE Mike in the house.
Going hard with the legends. Paying homage, you know. Yo. Twins MOE and Mike, we running this game. Legends in the making, never gonna be the same. Kennels popping hard, these game dogs raised right. The brat, pretty mama, they shining so bright. La Mayday, what a day, they breathe the heat. Red Ruby L Rod, they can't accept defeat. With 38 special and yellow bird, we top tier champions, grand champions, ain't no fear.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, baby, we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
KPTO, the modern Earl Tudor. Got in the pack, making moves like a tutor. APT, family thick, like legends in the game. Legend of them, Triple M. Shout out the name, Deep South, Roadblock. We upholding tradition. Mama, Southern Kennels, we got that ambition. Hardcore hitters, Stone City brings the fire. The Abrahams, the fam lifting us higher.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, baby, we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
Listen up, respect the hustle, respect the grind. Ben, Nate Dogg, putting in work intertwined. Keeping that legendary status alive, you feel? Don't hate on the ride, catch the bus, we keep it real. What's history without a future? We pay the way, captain. We make it happen, that's the play.
So here's to the champions, run the race, stand tall. Twins MOE and Mike, we gon' answer the call. Legends in the game, yeah, we holding it down. In the world of game dogs, we wearing the crown.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, maybe we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
Shout out to Ohio Cash, the man with the plan, Rastaman Boom, Schoolboy, aka the.
There's levels to this game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Rob, 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 rob. Going hard, Kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses, MOE and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cards. From yellow Mayday 8s, they bred real stars. Welcome to the yard where the legends get raised, where the chain spots shine and the bloodlines praise. Grand champ King Kunta with that royal type stride. Red Ruby in the pen, red hot worldwide. The brat in the cut, keep the hustle on track. Pretty mama got the look and the structure intact. L-Ride bring the heat, yellow bird bring the flame. Gus and 38 special certified in the game. What day in the ring, crowd love in the scene. Dogs moving like ghosts in the champion's dream. From yellow to buck, their foundation is tough. Yellow buck in the veins, yeah, the roots run rough. Mayday in the pedigree, ace in the spine. That old school fire still alive in the line. Twin brothers in command, pushing forward with pride. Going hard on the banner, let the whole world ride. Hard work in the yard, every sunrise earned. Legacy in the dirt with every chain spot turn. No shortcuts taken, no champions bought. Just blood, sweat, time, and the lessons they taught. Going hard, Kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cards. Yellow Mayday ace, turning pups into stars. Sheriff Pal bought us in the game, stamp legit. Find him in Tornadoes pedigree. Hall of Fame, double grand champion. James Pogay, the formula showed how to build and sustain. Blueprints in the blood, yeah, the knowledge remain. T.O. our partner, Ohio Cash showed how to win. Turn losses into lessons, now it's trophies we spin. Mama, Triple M, deep south in the mix. Arsenal, Kennels, Stone City, solid foundations, no tricks. Hardcore, BLB up in the spec, it's 6. Yes, yes. Yeah. Tom, Dick, Todd, Tony Wade, Southern Kennels, real ones through time. Time from Pro Set, Windy City, combined in place, low tight, apex, pressure built for the chase. Gotta eat boys, black ice, hunger sharp as a blade. Third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid. Yeah. I said third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid.
Yeah, we in the trenches, feel that hunger in the air.
Yeah. Welcome to the yard. If you're tough, you can stare. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, welcome to the yard, where the chain spots shine, bloodlines run deep, every pedigree's prime. The game APBT, worldwide pride. You come correct, or stay the hell outside, legacy made. We grind, we hustle, twin bosses, Mo and Mike locked in the scuffle. Yeah, we run the yard, iron fists and grit. When the sun comes up, no, we never gon' quit. Udo and Devo, legends carved in stone. Patrick Bolio made the yard they home. Tanned in yellow, they whisper through the trees. Echoes of greatness, feel that legacy breeze. Going hard, yeah, we run this yard. Nothing but the best. We don't play it soft, bloodline stack heavy, 52 waist strong in this dog-eat-dog world. We know where we belong, the yard where greatness prevail. Pressure creates knowledge and hard work. It's how history bakes, all on the fucking deal. Pressure creates knowledge and hard work. It's how history bakes. Tails in the dirt, every chain spot turn, lessons learned hard. Like the scars we earn, no shortcuts taken. Champions ain't bought, just blood and sweat. This legacy taught from Mayday to Ace, Buck to G. Every warrior counts, we ain't losing no sleep. Heat like a furnace, knowledge is the key. In the yard we trust, we got the pedigree. Feel the intensity, blaze in the fight. In the shadows of the yard, we rewrite the night. From the ring to the chain, we like kings cut out. Mo and Mike, every victory's what we shout. Going hard, yeah, we run this yard. Nothing but the best. We don't play it soft, bloodline stacked heavy, 52 waist strong in this dog-eat-dog world. We know where we belong, the yard in the dirt. Yeah, knowledge and hard work. It's how history made y'all in the dirt. Yeah, knowledge and hard work. It's how history made. Yeah, legacy in the dirt. Yeah, feel that fame. The game APBT. Remember the name, so step back. If you can't handle the heat, the yard's going hard. Put the game on repeat. It's Mo and Mike. Kings in this game, going hard. Kennels forever reign the same, nigga.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners. My motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard Kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.